about how to present your idea in a very good way. Also, we have again Engineer Ashraf, Engineer Kariman with us. So good luck for today, and please, Mr. Ashraf, you have the mic. Thank
okay.
you.
So, Assalamu alaikum, ya shabab. Does anybody have any questions from yesterday to start with? Because we're going to be building on what we said yesterday. Today is a completely different topic, yeah, but it's part of what we did in businesses. They are all related. So, anybody has any question? Really? Happened yesterday for those who missed yesterday. Okay. Adnan is asking if we can make a quick recap. Okay, so for a very, very, very quick recap, let's as well try to bring up the presentation and do it in 15 minutes. See if I can do this.
Yes, no problem. And please, Adnan, also, I think we shared with you the presentations for yesterday and the video link. So, Mr. Ashraf, yeah, feel free if you want to do it. No problem.
Yeah, I will do it very, very quickly so that everybody has an idea with us, what is going on. So, let me share the screen. Moment. Thing here. And I want to, because it's in the window, so maybe I will make it smaller so that I can see you guys, see everything. I think, no. Okay. So, very quickly, sharing screen. Okay. So everybody can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and it's a full screen for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so very quickly yesterday, we went through a different approach. We asked what is a product, we debated about it, and the main thing was to ask who is a customer. And we concluded that a customer doesn't buy a product, he buys something in that product that we call value. So we went on describing what value is, and we concluded and agreed that value has a map. It has four main parts. One of them is financial, the other one is functional, the third one is social, and the fourth part is actually psychological. And then we said what business comes from, where opportunities come from, and that's in economics. We talked about scarcity. The two main pillars of capitalism is scarcity and a set of resources. Among the resources, or the most important resources, are a piece of land, capital, which is not cash, it's your production tool to create the value, people to work with you and to buy, otherwise there is no scarcity, and yourselves, entrepreneurs. So now we understand why we are giving a lot of attention and a lot of focus on entrepreneurs. That's because you are part of the economic theory in any free country that is applying capitalism. It is not countries like the United States, Canada, Germany, all the Western world. Their economy is not strong because they have billion-dollar companies. No, it is strong because they have so many entrepreneurs and small enterprises. So we talked in that, what is an entrepreneur? And we talked about entrepreneurship, that there are two types, small, medium SMEs and innovation-driven. We talked about the difference very quickly, and then we asked what is business? And that was like the conclusion is that it's all about the customer. So we concluded that entrepreneurship is all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. So it's not about you. It's not about your big idea. It's not about what you think, and it's not even about your vision. It's about serving, growing, and keeping customers. So if your vision is self-centered around your own ego, most likely you will fail. In that, we talked about the value proposition. we asked what is a value proposition, and we described how value proposition, which is your solution to the problem worth solving. You look at your customers, you see what the jobs they want to do, why do they do it, what is the pain and the problem they have today, and you try to come up with a service or a solution or an offer that, number one, relieves these pains and add new gains. This is what we call a problem worth solving. And if you can solve it using the value map, then we have something we call product market fit. We then talked about the MVP, and we showed that an MVP is an acronym for 2 words. It represents value as much as it represents the product, because without value, there is no product. You only come up with a product when you decide what the value is. So we said it stands for main value proposition and minimum viable product. And then we had a dilemma. Should I start with the customer or should I start with my big idea? مين الأول البيضة ولا الكتكوت؟ And we said that actually entrepreneurs like the big idea, and frankly speaking, there are customers. What should you start with, the big idea or customers? And we said you can start with either of them as far as you understand that there is nothing called an idea. An idea is a point of departure, no more. It will change, and it has to change, and it will continually change. Okay? We quoted Einstein, and we discussed that quotation for some time. You have to fail quickly because insanity is doing the same thing over and over, but expecting different results. And we said we have 2 methods to start with, either with an idea or a vision, and that's called customer development, or you start with the customer and let him inspire you with the idea, and that is called human-centered design. We went on a long journey explaining both of them. Customer development starts with your assumption, you get out to the market and you validate. If you don't succeed, you pivot. You will find all that explained in great wealth in the video yesterday. And we then stopped at design thinking, or the human-centered design, which actually starts with human. It starts with a problem. So design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements of a business success. We talked about that in length, that it's a 5-iteration, 5-step process. Starts with people, defining the problem, ideating, building a prototype, testing it, and it goes in iterations, very much like the customer development process, and it is non-linear. So when you take feedback, you don't need to go to people. You might just jump to redefine the problem, you maybe go and generate more ideas. The most important thing is to keep moving. And we talked in details about the 5 steps, empathy and how to do empathy, which is the science or the art, the science and art and skills of observing, engaging, and immersing with your customers. We went through that in a lot of detail. We ended up with synthesizing this using what we call empathy maps and journey maps. Okay, and then we went on with the problem definition, and we said you have to have a human-centered problem statement. It looks like this. User needs to, the user need that we got out from the empathy, because, but surprisingly, and that is supported with the insight that you get out from the empathy phase. We then explained ideation, And ideation is a process, a lengthy process that we use different techniques in it to generate as many ideas as we can. After that, we prototype these ideas and we use, there are different types of prototypes. We went through and we explained the types of prototypes, and we said that there are rapid prototypes. These are what we do in the initial phase because you need to get out quickly and validate with your customers, even if you start with the customer. There is technology prototypes, and we described that these come from R&D. Functional prototypes are when you have everything validated, you want to put it together and see how it's going to work. And finally, if you're doing the hardware, you will be having something we call fabrication prototypes, which are very much similar to the final product that's going to be produced, and they're used to get quotations from the factories. We talked about the testing very much, which puts you back into the users, because you test with users and you test with your team. And we ended the part noting a very important note by Steve Jobs. Design is not just about how it looks and feels. Design is how it works. And we came up with your solution or your idea is your business value proposition. We came after that, we talked about the business model canvas, what it is. We gave an example from the business model of Google. And we said that the beauty of the value proposition, value is value if valued. It's a proposal to a customer. So whenever you talk about a value proposition, you have to mention a customer. That's why in human-centered design, we write problem statements before we develop the value proposition or think of the ideas and the solution. It has to be human-centered. And we finished yesterday by saying that both methods work by 4 steps. You need to focus on value, start small, go in iterations. Entrepreneurship doesn't happen inside an office. You need to get out of the office and get out to customers. Always assess. That's why you have smaller steps. Assess, and if it's not proper with your customer, you have to pivot. And we concluded that pivot is not a failure. That concluded what we talked about yesterday in a very, very quick recap. And the main output we came up with was that in intersection, we are big believers that now the trend is more of using human-centered design as an approach to entrepreneurship. The more the technology gets advanced, the easier the entry is, the more complex the problems are. The customer development might be good for certain things, but in general, it is a less risky, more safe to start with your customer and start from a design point of view. That's what we talked about yesterday. And today we are going to talk. Are there any questions before we start on? You're welcome, Adnan, no problems. And still, if you watch the videos and you have any questions, please feel free to reach to me or to Kariman. Okay, today we're going to talk about another part.
About pitching.
Yeah, but we have a surprise for you because we don't really call it pitching. So
What?
Today's, let me share the screen. Today's presentation or today's session is about the art and science of pitching. And we really like to say that pitching is all about storytelling. It's all about storytelling. It's a story.
Yes.
Quickly, just
review about us again.
بسرعة, we are not going to talk about it. Intersection, that's the company I co-founded, and me and Kariman. It is mainly working to help startups. We co-founded it in 2021. It was a rebrand to a previous company that I had, but we had a clearer mission, which was to create and empower others to create and craft human-centered, aesthetically pleasing, sustainable experience. So we don't really believe in the big idea. We don't really believe in this. We really believe that unlocking success actually lies beyond the next big thing. This was a brief about myself. This was a brief about Kariman. And let's start today's interactive session like yesterday. What is the difference between presentation and the pitch?
Does anybody know what's the difference between presentation and pitching? Any ideas? Come on, guys, we want to interact today.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
I think with presentations, you're trying to give someone information. So what he's getting from you is information. A pitch, you're trying to convince him of something. So your goal is not to give him the information, you're trying to make him accept what you're saying is true.
Very good. Very, very good.
Ahmed.
Anybody else? Thank you, Ahmed. As we said yesterday, although what Ahmed said is right, but when we asked about the difference between the designer, the artist, I told you are entrepreneurs. You speak numbers. You now are enjoying that you are leaders and you have visions and blah, 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 blah. But as we will see today, you will have to step into management and execution sometime. So you always have to be disciplined and have an approach. So for me, whenever I want to compare between something, I just start putting them side by side.
Yeah. In presentation, we demonstrate, but in pitching, we
Persuade,
persuade.
just as Ahmed said. So in a presentation, you're just demonstrating information, just showing information. You don't really care if they like it or not. But a pitch is about persuasion.
Your goal here is to persuade the investor or whomever are listening to you. You have to be convinced with your ideas, with your numbers. And in presentation, we introduce.
Maybe we introduce something new. But in pitching?
Yeah, but in pitching, we inspire. We inspire people with our great ideas, with our business. Presentation, it seems like it's a lecture. But in pitching, we motivate. Okay. And like Ahmed said, in presentation, we said information or inform the other people. And in pitching, we mainly sell our ideas. We are trying to sell our ideas.
Here is a tricky question. Does anybody know where the word pitch came from? Guys, 10 years ago, I would excuse people when I ask them this question and they don't know how to answer. But now, no, you have internet
Ahmed
and you
said baseball. Ahmed said baseball.
Baseball. Okay, Ahmed, what do you mean with baseball? Explain to the people, please. Right, it came from baseball.
I understand that there is a player that throws the ball and he pitches the ball to the batter. That's my understanding of the word pitch.
Yes, but why do we call it a pitch? He's a pitcher because the batter is his competitor. So pitching the ball, he's throwing the ball in a certain way, aiming for a specific reaction or hoping for a specific reaction from the batter on the other side. So that's why we call the deck a pitch, because you present a lot of data to persuade and inspire and motivate and sell. You actually are not just listing information, you're listing it every time, hoping for a specific reaction to come back to you from the audience. That's the main difference. In a presentation, you're just putting the information in front of them. You don't really wait for anything back from them. But a pitch is using the analogy of baseball, which is all about the pitcher or the ball thrower throws the ball in a certain way, in a twisted way, hoping that his competitor will either miss it or is going to react to it in a favorable way for him. Is that clear? Okay, so what is a story?
Yeah, we here have Lisa Korn. And by the way, Lisa Korn is a story coach. She's a speaker and the author of Weird for Story and Story Genius. So she comes deep on storytelling, and her quote here is, a story is about how the things that happen affect someone in pursuit of a difficult goal, and how that person changed internally as a result. So she told us here, how can story affect people? When you tell someone a story, he gets it different than you tell him steps or something like in the pitch, like you are telling number one, we have to do like this, number two, we have to do like this. No, if you tell him a story, you will get him his attention.
So to add to that, stories are usually about difficult situations. So explaining what Kariman just said is that sometimes if someone has a difficult pursuit or a difficult goal, then he needs to tell a story aiming to change somebody's other internals as a result, so he might join him. So this is very close to what we talked about as a pitch. But why you have to have a story? Because stories, as Kariman just said, is an extremely powerful way to represent complex, multidimensional concepts. I think
if somebody tells you a story, you will memorize faster than he telling you something that happened without telling you a story. حد حكى لك قصه يعني كده في دماغك ان هو قال لك حدث مثلا على طاير كده او قال لك خبر، لكن لما يحكي لك ستوري بتثبت في دماغك اكتر.
ليه؟ حد عارف ليه؟ Why? Because in the story you can put a lot of details in a simple way. So you can really explain. يعني أنا جاي على الطريق دلوقتي وفي حادثة موت. That's an information.
Yeah.
But if I tell you I was driving and then this guy, I've seen him in the mirror. He just came speeding from my back behind me, and then he leaped out from the right, and suddenly he found 3 people walking. He hit them, and the lady was screaming. That's a very complex. That's a very tense.
Everybody can tell a story. I don't think that you cannot tell story, or you are not storyteller. If you with yourself for a minute and think how much phone calls did you make in the week, and you tell stories about your day, what happened in the work, what happened in university, to your friends, to your family. Definitely, everyone is a storyteller, even if he doesn't know.
So it's a very powerful way to represent complex multidimensional concepts. If I tell you قابيل وهابيل اللي قتلوا بعض، أخين قتلوا بعض. I think because they loved the same woman, it's a very complex thing. And even in Quran uses stories because they are memorable. They explain complex things. And it's mentioned many, many times. We just have two examples. Here he starts with the story. ولو شئنا لرفعناه بها ولكنه أخلد إلى الأرض واتبع هواه فمثله كمثل الكلب إن تحمل عليه يلهث أو تتركه يلهث مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآياتنا. It's a story. فاقصص القصص لعلهم يتفكرون. So a story makes you think. Why? It makes a complex thing easy to understand. So you're going to think. In another part, Surah Hud, there is another surah that its name is stories. Surah Al-Qasas. The stories surah. وكلا نقص عليك من أنباء الرسل ما نثبت به فؤادك وجاءك في هذه الحق وموعظة وذكرى للمؤمنين. So sometimes stories are not true. But sometimes the reason of the story is to support people, not just to pitch. Is to tell him you're not alone. So stories is extremely powerful. Tim O'Brien is like the Naguib Mahfouz of the Americans. And he has a seminal quote. He's talking not about the story itself, but about the act of telling the story itself. This is what we call storytelling. And he says that storytelling is an essential human activity. It means that everybody does it. And if we don't do it, we're not going to exist. And then he actually repeats what Lisa said, that the harder the situation, the more essential it is. Now, الشباب more than الصبايا. They remember when they were in high school some years ago, and they had a curfew, they have to come back before 11 o'clock. And والله السهرة مع الشباب كانت حلوة وبتاع انت عارف ايه، وراجع البيت الساعة 1 بالليل، مصيبة. What are you doing all the way back home? You're building a story. You must have a very, very, very convincing story. Otherwise, your parents, specifically your father, is going to have a harsh discussion with you. So you start thinking, who was late and where did we have to go and whose car went broken and we had to go to that garage. A huge story. The more difficult the situation, going to school, you didn't do your homework. You're fixing out a story to get an excuse. The harder the situation you are in, the more essential the story is. And just corroborating what Kariman said, we tell stories in the phones every day. Guys, stories are behind the fortunes of mobile phone operators. If human beings will pick up the phone, hello, mama, I'm gonna be late today, and hangs up, that's less than 10 seconds. But actually, you don't do that. Hello, mama, I'm gonna be late today. I won't come for lunch or for dinner. Oh, sweetheart, why? You know, I have this thing to do in the library, and Ahmed is coming to join me, and then we're going to go to Sarah because her father was sick. Oh, my dear, malu, salamtu, salamat. And the actual message that would have took 10 seconds took 5 minutes. That's how mobile operators make money. They understand that this is the value. That's the problem worth solving. People need to communicate. That's what makes a community. We said that yesterday. Part of this communication is a huge part of it, telling stories. So for every single person here, and I will pause for something like 5 minutes, I would like to see reactions either by voice or on the chat. As fresh grads or yet undergrads and people having a big idea or pursuing an entrepreneurial journey, what is your story? What's your story? Think.
Nobody? Anyone want to share his story with us? Come on, guys. Try to test yourself. Practice.
What is your story? Now, tell me a situation more difficult than trying to be an entrepreneur, needing all the support you need to change the world. What is more difficult than this? Nothing. So you have to have a story. And your pitch
is your story. Different, yeah.
But what
as much as your story, yes, as much as your story is real and built up correctly, yeah, and have a dramatic feeling and very genuinely, it will convince the people are listening to you.
So what makes a great story, guys? Tell me. You know, how many of you, I know this generation loves stand-up comedian. And I understand in the Emirates and all across of the Arab world now, we have some great stand-up comedians. How many of you have watched recently a stand-up comedian on stage? Raise hands. Okay. Who else? Okay, 2. Who else? Only 2? Come on, guys. 3. Ladies don't. الصبايا ما بيتفرجوا على stand up comedy. واضح انه شباب بس. Okay. Well, I'll take 4. بلال الشباب. يا هلا. Okay. So the stand-up comedian is basically a storyteller. You really laugh and engage with him, not when he's doing funny moves, when actually the story starts making sense with you, when it starts resonating with you. So what makes a great story? A great story or pitch has 3 elements.
Emotive, dramatic, and visual.
You have to have emotive, dramatic, and visual. It has to يستفز رايحه من دماغي الكلمه الانجليزي. It has to actually out of your comfort. It has to really push your emotions. The greatest stories are the stories that you were very emotional about. You fell inside it. And it has to be dramatic. Dramatic means there is a lot of tension in it. There is either good and bad. There is money and there is rich and poor. There is always a tension. And then you add on top of that some great visuals.
What do you think if we tell them the story about the guy who you was coaching him in the pitch that he have to put artificial hand?
Yeah, we will come to that. We'll delay it when we talk about the hook.
Okay.
We'll come back to emotive and dramatic and visual. Let's take them piece by piece. I'll tell that story.
I thought if we tell them it now, we will have their attention, because I'm thinking they are today is not like tomorrow, like yesterday.
Okay, so
Okay.
I will do it now, and maybe you can come back to it later without saying what it is. But I had a startup like you guys that I was coaching some 7 years ago. A very bright guy and a true entrepreneur. And he dropped out of engineering, faculty of engineering. And he had this vision about having something cheap, affordable for workers who lose a limb in a factory. They lose all the way either from here, the rest of the hand, or just this part. Call it a limb. And he called the company, I don't remember, Bionic Limb. He had a very good case. The problem is definitely worth solving. He backed it with numbers, and it was so shocking that the amount of workers in Egypt alone who had injuries, work injuries, that actually resulted in them getting their limb cut off was about 15% of the overall population by that time. And these are workers. Their wages are minimal. Egypt is not the best country in the Arab world with health insurance. And the only option is one of two. Either you have a lot of money, so you go and buy an electronic limb, or if you want to go back to work to make a living, you do like the pirates. Some of the pirates, they have a hook in their hand. That's an accessory for a cut off limb. So if you're working in a factory where you're pulling things, they put you a piece of a wooden block with sort of a hook to pick up things. If you are working on a line that actually turns things over, they put you this wooden block with something like a tweezer so that you can do this. So the guy had a vision that this can be resolved. He didn't do it himself. He hired one of our associates. That's how I knew about him, a mechanical engineer, a brilliant mechanical engineer that spent time with him and his team, and they came up with a very nice mechanical solution that costed almost nothing, where it is a nice hand out of plastic with a dial, and you use the 5 fingers. They make the different shapes. They make a hook, they make a tweezer. So you change like the Transformers. So it looks normal. And he didn't want money. He already had funding coming from pharmaceutical companies for him. He actually was pitching because he needed technical partnership to come up with a new synthetic cheap material that would look a bit natural. So the cause was good, the product was great, and we came for the pitch. And he starts the pitch. My name is Muhammad, blah, 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 blah. I am from a company called Bionic Limb. Every year in Egypt, this number of workers loses their hands on a factory. These people, the conditions are like that. Their amount is something like 15% of the overall population. And he blah, 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 numbers, great. And he made this, and he even had a prototype. Every time We go through a rehearsal and I look at it and tell him, Habibi, you need to be emotive. Where is the emotions? You are getting dramatic because you have the numbers. But if you do not put emotions first, you won't be able to build a strong drama. So I told him, what if we start with presentation like this? We know that the pitch is going to take time around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So everybody's coming from work to watch you. And we're going to give them dinner after that, in that demo day. So they're going to be hungry. And he started looking at me. See, this is the beauty of being customer-centered. I always think of the customer, not about myself. I'm thinking about the people who's going to listen to it. And I told him, well, I am Muhammad, blah, blah, blah. Drop the name of the company. I will start the stage. We will start the stage in complete darkness. And you will have one slide on the screen. And you stop, don't open your mouth with one word so the clock doesn't start until everybody is silent. What is on that screen, do you think? A nice طبق full with falafel, with small 2 pieces of bread, hot, with all the steam coming out of it. And he looked at me and, what does this have to anything to do with it? I told him, well, you will wait with the screen, full screen like that, until everybody is looking silent, and you're going to ask the following question. How many here in the audience would love to have a plate like this now? Chances are the full room is going to raise their hands. You're going to fake that you're counting. And you come up with a round number, say 50 would like this falafel plate. Pause for a second and tell them, well, I want to tell them we will serve you falafel after the show. And even better than falafel. But I want to tell you that, do you know that from every 50 people like you, there are 7 people who love to take this plate, but they cannot raise their hands like you because they lost it. Everybody's going to make this. Everybody who rose up his hand is going to touch his hand. This is called emotions. This is called emotive. What are you doing? You're casting the problem on them. Now, they will start listening. And then we start taking the drama from there. You keep reminding them that they can be this person. This is how you get emotions. This is how important emotions are. If you really want people to relate with you, you have to be emotive. Drama is easy, and we will show you how to come up with drama in a second. Drama is about tension, about the good and the bad, the protagonist and the antagonist, about the good girl, the bad girl. And I'm going to tell you, all the stories in the world that you watch on movies, they only come from 5 myths, 9 myths, 9 أساطير. قصة سيدنا يوسف, موسى وفرعون, they're all the same. How many people know Obsidian and watch all these movies about Obsidian and the sea, and when the sea got 2 parts, even in Pirates of the Caribbean, they're using this theme. This is coming from Musa and Pharaoh. So actually coming with the conflict, building up a drama is easy. The difficult part in movies and in stories is getting it emotive, is getting you hooked to it. That's what we're going to be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Bilal, you have a question?
Emotive, dramatic, and visual. How do we do this? There are 7 qualities you need to do. Think of. Drama means stories need dramatic development, emotional dynamics. So that's why you have to have an emotional element, and then you start going up and down from it. It has to be relatable. People, if you want it to be emotive and dramatic, people has to find a way to relate to it. That's the trick I used when I told them raise the hands and then tell them people like you who like this dish can't raise their hands because they lost it. What I'm relating it to them. It has to have immersion. The more audience put themselves into the story after you related it to them, the more they engaged they will be. And the more easy you're going to convince them with your opinion. But don't lose focus. You don't need to be complicated. The strongest stories are the simplest. It has to have agency, which means the good movies or the good shows you watch, you find yourself thinking ahead of what's going to happen. This is called agency. You made him an agent of the story. You got him so into it to the point that he's thinking he's expecting what's going to happen. And you shouldn't be always failing him. Sometimes he's expecting, you have to come up exactly as he expected. This keeps the drama going. It has to be familiar. And you have to tell it with a way that conveys trust. No trust at all. Be yourself. We'll talk about all these parts today.
So how we do this? With three main steps.
Parts.
Yes, we prepare, produce, and then deliver.
Has anybody heard about a movie that was produced before it was prepared? Or they delivered a film before they produced it? It's a linear process, 3 steps. Prepare, which sometimes we call it pre-production in the cinema and in the TV, in the media market. Then we produce, then we deliver. In a pitch, your preparation is getting your story right. Your production is putting pixels to slides, which is preparing your visuals. And the delivery is how are you going to stand in front of people and tell it.
So please, guys, don't start with slides. When you come to the pitch, don't start with the slides. You have to prepare the content first. The content will take about 90% of your careness and preparing, and then 10% only for the slide or visuals.
Even if you don't believe me that it's 10%, I'll tell you it's a 30%. We didn't tell you strong stories are visual, emotive, and dramatic. No. It has to be emotive, dramatic, and visual. The visual follows the story, not otherwise. So I don't believe you guys. Everybody's doing a pitch. He opens PowerPoint or Prezi on the web, or maybe Keynote on Mac, and start putting slides. That's production. How are you producing before you author? Ayub?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does the visual part, in most cases, needs to be in terms of slides, or does body language and the moves that I do is part of visual?
No, the body language and the move you do is part of the delivery.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
We'll come to that in details. So
you start with preparing. You need to prepare your content, your story, what you will tell the investor or the people whomever are listening to you. you need to put out all your ideas in a paper and write notes. Keep this note with you. When you come to pitch, keep it with you in your pocket every day. If any idea comes to you, just write it. This is preparation. You come out with all your idea from your mind. Get it out from your mind. Don't keep it in your mind because maybe you'll forget it later.
So in preparation,
I have a question.
yes, تفضل.
In the context of the GITEC competition or presentations, are we not going to need some qualitative data required in the presentation, and which would only be displayed on the slides?
Yes, we will come to that in a second.
Okay.
So preparation is all about getting your story right. So there are a few steps before we step into what should you get into your story, what ideas you need to keep gathering. The first thing is you need to set the right mindset. You need to understand that you can do it, and it has to be done in this way. He believed he can. He can who believes he can. And he cannot who believes he cannot.
Who believe he cannot.
This is an
It's all about mindset.
This is an inexorable law of life. This is a quote by Pablo Picasso. He can who believes he can, and he cannot who believes he cannot. This is an undisputable, inexorable law of life. This is what we call the mindset. You need to be determined on doing it and believe that you can do it, because you can. You're telling stories all the day long. Your entire life is telling stories. From the moment you wake up until you sleep, and even when you sleep, you dream. That again, these are stories coming out of your mind.
Yeah, be confident and write out your story. Start writing.
Go analog. Don't start with PowerPoint. If you are a sustainable guy like me and Kariman, use a tablet and a stylus. We mean analog, we mean don't type. Don't start with slides. Write things. Use the same we talked about yesterday. Doodle. Make simple sketches.
Yes.
The 5 primitives we discussed yesterday, and tie them with words.
Don't say that I cannot draw. I'm not professional in drawing. Drawing is difficult for me. No, just hold on your pen and start drawing sketches.
Okay, sketches of what? There are 2 versions of the stories. We'll compare it to the movie industry. Everybody knows movies. So, in movies, we have a plot, which is 3 lines about the movie. That's what we call in business your elevator pitch. So that is like the summary of your business. And you should know it like your name, and it shouldn't exceed 45 seconds. And guys, I'm gonna tell it for the guys and the gals here, but it's actually gonna be used by guys. Kariman, she's a gal, so most probably she can concur on what I'm saying. But if you found the love of your life and you're an entrepreneur, which means شحات يعني معلش مؤاخذة, until you ربنا يفتح عليك, وانا قلنا امبارح احنا عيشة زبالة, عيشة منيلة ب 60 نيلة, and you get engaged, you want to propose to your girl, and she buys you, there's no problem with her. You need to go to her father.
Yeah, the problem is with her father.
try it بقى. Go to her father. اهلا حبيبي, وانت ايش بتشتغل؟ والله انا رائد اعمال. يعني بتعمل ايه بالظبط؟ يعني انا والله عندي هاي الفكره. يعني بتكسب كام بالظبط؟ والله يعني طيب يا حبيبي
على باب
متشكرين
الله.
قوي. متشكرين قوي. لما تقدر تفتح بيت تبقى تعالى. Okay? But if he asks you what are you doing, and you have a strong story, you have an elevator pitch. Well, blah, blah, blah faces this problem. We are solving this problem, me and my colleagues, and we are aiming to do this and that. And this is a huge market, blah, blah, blah. 45 seconds. It has a structure. You might not very much understand what you're saying, but it's going to take you serious. You're telling something that makes sense. He's talking about something, it seems important. Even if he's not 100% on agreement with you, he's not going to refuse you at the moment. You're going to have another chance. And it even worked with girls. Believe me, I was young one time. When we tell nice elevator pitch in front of girls, they get excited. They like it. Because you show importance. You show that you have a mission. And that's what life is about. Achieving something. وما خلقت الجن والإنس إلا ليعبدون ما أريد منهم من رزق وما أريد أن يطعمون إن الله هو الرزاق ذو القوة المتين. But God didn't ask us, Allah didn't ask us to pray day and night. So إزاي ما خلقت الجن والإنس إلا ليعبدون؟ لأنه part من العبادة هو استخلفكم في الأرض واستعمركم فيها. Guys, we are on this earth for a mission, for a reason. And I'm so happy all of you here are having a mission. Take it serious. Put it in a tellable story. There are versions. You can make it in a funny story. You can make it a serious story. The most important thing, it has to be emotive and dramatic. And then in the big pitch, which is the story itself, the movie itself, which is the pitch that can run anywhere between 3 to 8 minutes, we're going to add visuals. But you cannot start writing your story if you don't have a plot. So we start with the smaller part that requires no visuals. You can rehearse on it very quickly. You should know it by heart. What are you doing? You just tell it genuinely, like your name. You don't think when anybody asks you what's your name. When you joined college after a year, you don't hesitate when they tell you what you're studying. The same thing should be here. And the answer to that is an elevator pitch.
Do you know where does elevator pitch, the word elevator pitch come from? Anybody
Yes.
know?
I'll raise my hand. I know. Now it didn't take my hand. It knows that I'm bluffing. From the elevator. Yes, ya Ahmed, ya Muhsin.
Yeah,
And
what
he
do you
asked
mean
me,
from the elevator?
what do you mean with the elevator?
So from what I understand is, for example, you have something, you meet up with a very big person in the industry, in the elevator, and you're going from the ground floor to like maybe the 5th floor. That takes like 20 seconds to do. So you just want to like tell your idea in a very quick way that grabs his attention and be like, hey, let's continue in my office.
Yes, this is very good.
Yes, exactly.
This is exactly, and this happens a lot على فكرة في الإمارات. I've lived in Emirates and worked there. I had a company in Emirates between 2010 and 2017. It happens a lot. You are stepping into that building where the two offices are, and you just happen to have doing a nice application that you were wishing to tell about to some executive, and you find yourself in the elevator with Osman Sultan, CEO of Do. I don't know if he's still there or not. But it happened to me quite a couple of times. And I keep saying, wow, if I had a startup, that's right, that would be the perfect idea, because he's very polite and he steps into the elevator. I'm with him in the elevator. He's a human being. So I nod my head, he nods his head. Good morning, how are you doing? How are you doing? Fine. So the 20 seconds go in that. But if I had an elevator pitch, I would, yeah, you know something, Mr. Uthman? I'm doing, you know, this type of customer has this problem, and they can be served by do if we do this and this and this. Chances will be, wow. Gets out of his office, come with me. Get him in touch with Fulan al-Fulani, the department head of Kaza. That's how it works. Then you go and do a pitch. So the elevator pitch is very important, from getting you married to getting you funded. Okay? So the start is from yesterday.
Yes.
To craft an elevator pitch, you have to have a human-centered problem statement. It has to be about a customer. And we said yesterday that the problem statement is the user, the type of your user. We gave an example yesterday about teenage girls who are fainting. This is a true story, by the way. In Egypt and some villages, some 15 years ago, we started noticing all of a sudden that high school girls faint in school. And of course, you know us Arabs, the rumor mill worked on, oh, this is some gas Israel is throwing on Egypt to harm our girls, the mothers of the future. And I was lucky enough to be working on that problem as well. We were asked, me and IT, and we went on observing. And the problem is, in these parts of Egypt, teenage girls are one of two types. Either they are obese, they don't want to study, they don't want to do anything, and they're obese, so they faint because they have problems. Or she is studying very, 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 very hard because she wants to get out of this place that she doesn't eat as well, and she gets fainted. So, as soon as the problem was identified, lots of people rushed in to make business. And we said yesterday, the wrong approach would be me as a fast-moving commodity goods, XXX company, Twix needs to make an extra 10% sales by selling a product to teenage girls. This is not a human-centered problem statement. A human-centered problem statement is built about a customer, a user, first, a human, then his pain, and an insight that supports that pain. And we said yesterday, if you do that, you can fuel it. We called it the point of view. So you start with the point of view. Why? Because this is what we call in business the problem worth solving. If it's not worth solving, it's not going to make money. And what makes it worth solving is it's about a human being. So you might as well start with the human being. Okay? So teenage girls in high school needs to have a nutritious snack or meal during the day. That's a need. To stay alert. That's the need. That's the problem. But yet, and surprisingly, they make most of their calcium that prepare them to the future in that age, so they have to eat something healthy. That's an insight. Now that's a human-centered problem statement. When you have your human-centered problem statement, I have another equation for you to create your 40-second pitch. It's very easy. You start like that, and then you work on the words later on. You start with the problem statement. Then we add, you say your startup name, provide, and you say your value proposition through a channel if the channel is important. You can omit the channel. So I'm proposing, I'm an old man, but I'm proposing, and even as an old man, an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, شحات يعني, okay, in this part of the region, And I'm going, what are you doing? My elevator pitch. Teenage girls are fainting at school because they need to take a nutritious meal that keep them healthy to thrive as mothers. We at intersection.world provide an immediate warm, all natural cup of soup with all needed minerals through a cart that stands in front of all girls' schools in Dubai. That's a pitch. Everything is there. The customer, the problem, the name of the startup, the offer, the value proposition, and how I'm going to deliver it in 40 seconds. And the more you get used to it, you will start playing with the words. It will be very convincing. So that's what you have to start with. You have to have first a human-centered problem statement. In other words, what we call it, a problem worth solving. We call it in business like this, a problem worth solving. You start with it. And this one starts with the customer. So customers will eat everything. People will take you serious. We at, state the name of your startup, provide / offer, you say your solution, your value proposition. Usually you can stop here, but if the value proposition will only be delivered through a specific channel, you mentioned the channel. That's another 3 seconds. That's a complete story. That's a very strong plot. After you know that, we want to craft the story. To craft the story, we have to have data. Einstein, which was the genius, has a very, very, very important quote. If I had an hour to solve a problem and my life dependent on it, what Einstein is going to do is going to spend the first 55 minutes asking the right questions. Not even asking them, determining what are the right questions to ask. And then in the last 5 minutes, he will answer them and come up with a solution because he's a genius. That's Albert Einstein. But you guys, you need to ask, after you make your elevator pitch, you need to ask the right questions. Kariman, are there any wrong questions?
No.
Yes, there are wrong questions. How many slides, Mr. Ashraf or Mrs. Kariman, should I have in my deck? We do not start with slides. We start analog. Yes, there are wrong questions.
Yeah, if you start with your preparing the content and you writing your story, sketch out what is what's in your mind. Slides come. You can prepare. You can do it in half an hour. It's very easy. But if you start with slides, you will waste time in choosing templates and colors. And I want to put some pictures and make it the visual is going presented nice. But when you come to the content, you will be lost.
Guys, how many of you, I don't remember, did we ask this question yesterday? Have you ever watched The Fox and the Hound? Have we asked that question yesterday, Kariman? I don't remember.
لا ما قلناهوش امبارح كنا قايلينه قبل كده.
Does anybody know Disney's classic The Fox and the Hound? There is a very nice piece of this cartoon when the old dog is teaching the young hound, and the hound is smelling and sniffing, and the old dog tells him, hunting ain't about smelling and sniffing. you have to think nasty. That's what you're doing in the pitch. It's not about pixels and colors and the slides, how many slides, how many bullets. No. You have to think nasty. It's about you telling your story in the way this audience will
ازاي
move.
تبقى ناصح؟ يعني مش عارفه اقولها ازاي بالانجلش، ازاي تبقى ناصح؟ ازاي
تبقى مكار خبيث.
تدخل، ازاي تعرف الدخله بتاع، وعلى فكره مهم جدا وانت بتعمل البيتش انك تعرف انت هتبيتش قدام مين، لانها بتفرق.
That's
يعني
one of
لازم
the right questions. This is one of the right questions. So let's jump in the questions before Maghrib, hoping to finish part of them, because this is the lengthiest part, but it's very, very important. And this answers the question, I believe it was Zan, who asked about the qualitative and quantitative data. That's where we start putting the questions. That's what we're going to do, the drama. But you only can put that drama if you have your elevator pitch. So, first of all, we gather the data, then we craft the story. This is all parts of the preparation. We're not in production yet. So, what are the right questions? What is your story about? I need answers. What is your story about? What are your stories, all of you? What are your stories about? What are your pitches about? And I'm not going to move from here unless I get answers.
interact with us, guys.
Where is the chat? You can interact in the chat. I hate Zoom. I hate Zoom. I lose my way around it. Okay, somebody answered in the chat.
High school and university students.
No. DST is it's about clients' pains, not pains, of course. Okay. Well, who else? That's not bad. Yeah, 8 out of 10. What's your story about?
Make life easier.
No. Guys, your stories is about real people. Your customers are real people, are human beings, are living creatures, arwah.
Yeah, again with the people, the humans. It's all about humans.
And we developed, we're going to share it very quickly. We developed sort of a framework in intersection.word for you and for us eventually at the beginning, and then we started sharing it with people to understand people. And we call it who does what
and
how and why. مين بيعمل ايه ازاي وليه. Think of it as a melody. مين بيعمل ايه ازاي وليه. That's what your story is about.
Wait for the adhan because it's loud.
I can mute and you can continue it. I will mute so that you can continue.
You want me to continue? Okay. So here, guys, we asked 3 questions. Who does what? This is the first question. We ask about it. And how did they do it? And why they do they do it. And this is the process of how you know your customer, how to determine your customer. Like we said yesterday, it's like a pyramid. What, how, and why. And you come up and down with it from abstract to concrete. You remember yesterday? And you still asking yourself what they want, what they do, and how they do it, and why they are doing it.
Explain quickly. This is where your qualitative and quantitative data is going to come from. Every single thing we're going to show you on slides after that, I can refer it to this framework. So we start with who are the customers that we want to solve the problem? What are they doing? So you have to have demographics. And demographics means the quantitative data. How many they are, what is their age, how money they make, how many money they spend. You have to know all of this. Then you have to have psychographics, which is qualitative. What the quality of life they work, what they like, what they dislike, what are the hobbies they do, which clubs do they cheer for. And then human beings are only human beings because they are part of a context. That's what we call the environment. What do they belong to? What is the bigger market that they are in? Only then when you say the problem and the need, it makes sense. And then what is the goal of this paper? Yesterday, we asked a question. Why do you think people, some customer in validation tell you, yes, I will buy it, and you go do it? And you come to sell it to him and he doesn't buy. The answer is here in the blue part. He told you, yes, I'm going to buy it because for him, it's a goal. It's not a need. That's a nice to have, but he still has problems unsatisfied, which are must to have. So if you go and give him a must have, he's going to take it. A must have is a pain reliever. But if you go and give him a nice to have, when you show it to him at the beginning, he'll tell you, yes, it's on his goals. But he still has problems. So he most probably, if he doesn't have enough money, he's going to skip it. So the first thing you need to know is who is doing what. That's what we call a persona. You need to know the demographics of your customers, the psychographics of your customers, their environment, which we call it sometimes the TAM, the SAM, and the SOM, the total addressable market. That's the environment. I am targeting teenage girls in villages. Okay, teenage girls are a smaller market of high school girls in that government. And that government is part of the entire high school education for girls. That's the total addressable market. So that's the environment. It gives this context.
You can start it with observing your customers, their behavior, their talk, what did they used to buy, and so on. It starts with observing.
Then after you do that, we want to know why do they do it. Yesterday, we said it's very important to understand the emotions. Why? because the emotions explain how they are doing things. Because in behavioral psychology, which is part of modern design now, behaviors are an equation. في علم السلوك, psychologists explain it in an equation. They say a behavior is a set of actions. So if I say this guy is aggressive, he must be nervous, he does this, he does that. That's a set of actions. And each action is a formula. Actions equals cognitions plus emotions. Then the set of behaviors gives you patterns and themes. This explains how they are doing this. Why are emotions important? Because you guys are innovators. And innovation is about making change.
And the most difficult thing is to change behavior, people behavior.
But there are two emotions
Very difficult.
that changes behavior overnight. Do you know what they are? I need answers. Please. What are the strongest emotions that changes behavior? Like that. Fear and love. Thank you, Adnan. But it's not love. It's fear and no, not sadness and anger. These are subsets of fear. The root emotion is fear. What is the opposite of fear? Not love. Hope. At the beginning of the corona of COVID-19, in 24 hours, we got 4 billion people to stay at home. عشان رئيس وزراء انجلترا قال ودعوا احبائكم. Everybody's gonna die. Huge fear. Immediate fear. 4 billion people stayed at home. And to keep them staying in home for 3-4 months, we used hope. Stay in home, not because you're just fearing for death, to give us a chance to make a vaccine. It changed behaviors. Fear, not courage. Fear and hope. You can't give courage. You cannot inspire courage, but you can inspire hope. Hope can result in a behavior called courage. Courage is a behavior, but fear is an emotion. Courage is a behavior that you can see through some different actions. Those actions that represent the behavior courage are made out of cognitions, which is what we know about the world, plus emotions. Cognitions are very difficult to change. They take time. And so are emotions, unless it's a pandemic or it's something global. Governments are putting the fear in. Leaders are putting the fear in. It was only after the speech of the Prime Minister of England that people really seriously started taking it seriously. And then finally, the why is actually how you're going to, you understand it, to see how you're going to get your users to take it. And that's again in psychology, that's another equation. The why is based on motives. The motive is a function of the need, the drive, and an incentive, and the goal. So that's why you want to understand the difference between the goal and the need of your user from the blue part, because they fill in the why, which is actually what is going to make you sell it to your customers gradually. So you need to know all these. What are their motives? What do they need? What drives them? What incentivizes them? Okay, so I think we will take a 15-minute break to pray Maghrib and get you digest all the things we said, because we're going to go now on a foray of business very quickly after we come back from Maghrib, which is the actual qualitative and quantitative data of your customers based on this pyramid or this triangle or this tri-axis matrix, if we can say, if we can call it. And as you see, it's circular. The how informs the what informs the how, and the how informs the why, but the why again affects the who, which is doing the what, which again goes to the how. It's circular. So they all tie up together. But this is a nice framework, an easy way to look at things or try to isolate the facts when you're collecting the numbers. Any questions before we break? Any questions? Okay, guys, it's now 6:53 in Egypt. Let's say 6:55. So we will come back 7:10. Inshallah, we'll come back in 15 minutes. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. من أرض الاتحاد المسلح.
وعليكم السلام.
نبدأ.
I think yes. We can start.
أوكي ميمس. مزعج جدا زوم. فين مش هتروح فين؟ يشيل مني الحاجة ليه؟ مش قادر أفهمه أنا بصراحة. عايزين يوزر اكسبيرينس ديزاين. Okay, I will start. يعني I have Thea Spectra. Warisha is sharing, I think, what she thinks is her elevator pitch. So she shared on chat, Thea Spectra is about giving usually impaired folks the opportunity to experience the world through technology. This is not a good pitch. Why? Because it starts with your startup. A better thing would be visually impaired folks need the opportunity to experience the world around them. Thea Spectra is giving that to them through technology. I didn't put any new words. And if you do it like that, you can even throw some dramatic more words in that. But you should start your elevator pitch always with the audience. It's more emotional. So you start with visually impaired. Now people understand from the first word, you are here to help people. So visually impaired folks needs the opportunity to experience the world around them. Even if without throwing an insight, if you had an insight, it would be better. Thea Spectra, which is your company, is all about giving them the opportunity, this opportunity through technology. It's the same words, but we shifted it around. It's more impactful like that. Okay?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Guys, after we discuss the pyramid here with three famous questions, you now can determine who is or who are the groups of your customers. Who is your customer?
Before we start in that, I forgot to tell them something that is very important.
Okay.
We said go analog. I will tell you my preferred way. You can use pen and a pencil, pen and paper, a notebook, or even digitally. I currently, for years now, I sketch a lot. So either I have one sketchbook that is always sitting beside me, and I usually go around with my iPad Pro. But even on the iPad Pro, I use software that enables me to do this. Karima, because she works with me a lot, she knows that I have my own templates that resemble index cards. A beautiful way to start writing and gathering all your data is to use index cards. Does everybody know the index cards? You buy them from a stationery store. They come in different sizes, either half the A4, which is an A5, or sometimes in the half of a hand. They come in sets of 100s. They are lined white paper. You can write on the back and the front of it. So from now on, when we are gathering all the information of our startup that we're going to use it to present, we're going to do it analogically, and I really encourage you to use the cards. Why? Because when you finish the cards, you can start building the story.
Yes,
The beauty of it
exactly.
that you can put them on the table and you can start. I will start with this and then that and this that. No, it doesn't
It's like
work.
a puzzle.
It's like
It's
a
like a
puzzle.
puzzle.
Okay. So taking customers into consideration, when Kariman has the floor, the first thing is to talk
You
about
now can determine who are your target customers. And you can divide them into groups, different groups, and you can determine them. What are the different groups of your target customers?
ايوه هو نط لوحده ثانيه واحده. I'm sorry.
لا عادي ولا يهمك.
Yeah.
انا هجيبها من عندي.
Yes.
When you determine that your target customers and divided them in different groups, then you how does the need differ from each group and from يعني ايه الاحتياجات بتاعت كل جروب؟ كل جروب مختلف عن التاني في ايه في احتياجاته، ده هتقدروا تحددوه من الهرم اللي لسه قايلينه من شويه.
يعني
اللي هو
مثلا
مين بيعمل ايه ازاي وليه.
التين ايج جيرلز اللي اتكلمنا عليهم، الفتيات المراهقات اللي هم في سن جريد 11 لجريد 12، هم دول التارجت كاستمر بتاعنا. ايه الجروبس المختلفه بتاعتهم؟ البنات اللي في الارياف والبنات اللي في الحضر. والبنات اللي في الحضر في منهم بنات في مدارس خاصه وبنات في مدارس عاديه. كلهم محتاجين سناك. هيدفروا في ايه؟ بنات المدارس الخاصه غالبا عايزين ياكلوا سوشي، وبنات المحافظات احتمال ياكلوا مفتقه. If anybody understands what I'm saying. This is how the same need would slightly differ from one segment to other. Why is this important in your story? ليه الحته دي مهمه؟ اللي كريمان بتقوله ده ليه مهم؟ لا انتوا النهارده جايين واكلين، حد عازمكم على، يا ما اكلتوش خالص يا حد عازمكم المجموعه كلها على اكله دسمه جدا، واكلين منسف مثلا، بما انه عندنا مجموعه كبيره من الاردن وفلسطين، شكلكم واكلين منسف ايه؟
او تعبانين، يعني ممكن يبقوا مرهقين.
لا 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 انا عارف التتنيحه دي عامله زي تتنيحه الفول والطعميه عندنا. لا لا ده منسف. ها يا شباب. Why is it important to understand the difference between the different groups in your target customers?
Each group have a different need. So
Slightly different. It's the same need,
Yes.
but they have differentiations. Why is it important to understand it and have it written in your pitch?
Because you don't know which group are actually going to be your customers.
No, not exactly.
Maybe to deliver the right product or right content or services for each group.
No.
To cover all the possible.
Able to adjust the product such that it caters to every group differently. برضو no.
To cover all the possible, all the possibilities.
Well,
know how to
guys,
target them.
you are all thinking like traditional entrepreneurs. تفضل DST.
Maybe to know what to start with the beachhead market.
Exactly.
Is it to know how to market your product or service?
Market is like not a support, but it's like an aftermath. But it's like DST, like Prista said. Your name is Prista. What's your name? You have a long name.
Bassam.
Bassam. Okay, Bassam. It's like Bassam said. There is something we call beachhead in the market, but that's a very bit technical. So I'm not going to delve into this right now because it's not everybody's on the same thing. But the beachhead is just a name. You will never launch a startup to your entire market. And the answer is in front of you guys. It's on the line number 4. What group will you start with and why? The investor wants to understand that you are not going to waste his money. He needs to trust you. So he wants to see and know, even if he doesn't know the market, that you know your market, you know the differences, because you're going to start eventually with only one. But that one is like the minimum viable proposition. We have something in marketing slightly better than Beachhead, Bassam, but they are different schools. But I like to call it the minimum viable audience. It's a better naming than Beachhead. Beachhead is a military expression. And both terminologies, by the way, both of terminologies come from the US East Coast. Beachhead is mostly coming out of MIT School of Business. And the idea of minimum viable audience is mainly the concept of a marketeer, a very famous marketeer in the US. His name is Seth Godin, and he's from New York. So the minimum viable audience, which is the most familiar group that you can start with, achieve with him success, but it's viable. It will allow you to grow through the other customers segments as you grow, because you're just a startup. You cannot go on and say, well, yeah, don't be fooled with UAE. UAE is a small country. And even UAE, you cannot launch a service in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Al Sharqa. I'm not talking even about the rest of the Emirates. You cannot launch it all the time. You can't even launch in Dubai alone immediately. You're going to have to take it section by section. So that's the concept of the beachhead, or what we call it, the minimum viable audience. And how do you determine that viable audience? Is by understanding your target customer. How do you divide them into different groups? On what basis do you group them? And what are the slight differences in the need between each group? This is going to inform you which group you're starting with and why.
And as much as you know details about your customer, you can determine this is easy, in an easy way.
So you will make 4 cards, call them customer, and put on every card of them one of these bullets, the answers and the data you find about one of this. And these now, as I was asked in the beginning, this is, as Zan asked me, that is qualitative and quantitative data. That's going to be numbers. We present it, we say, this market is that big, this market spends at the kaza, and we start putting the numbers in perspective. And here we're not telling the story, we're just getting data.
And then we come here to the third determination of the customer, called total addressable market. Total addressable target customer, market for the target customer you are targeting. And how fast the total addressable...
Before you go fast or growing, just to give them, put it again. So the teenage girls, the total addressable market of a teenage girls in the UAE is going to be all the number of classes of girls studying from grade 10 to grade 12 across the entire UAE, whether this is national schools, international schools, language schools, whatever. This is the total addressable market. You're going to pick part of it. That's what we talked about the slide before. How fast is it growing?
You have to search for the total addressable market and determine the numbers, and then go to how fast this total addressable market is growing around the several years, the several past years. Because these numbers will help you later in your business. So it's very important.
That number, the growth, you will always find it in the terms of CAGR, compound annual growth rate, CAGR. 10%.
In each field, you will find it.
So they will tell you that this market, when you start getting data and unlocking data, You will find your target market, your total addressable market. They will tell you it's forecasted to grow until 2028 with an annual compound growth rate of 15%. Well, that's good. But if you find it growing 1%, this market is not growing. Then we have the dilemma that we talked about yesterday. The market is not going to grow. Will they really need me? Will I be able? I don't have enough customers. Would I be able to provide other services and do a sale every 5-6 years like Boeing? You remember the example from yesterday? Today, we want to take all what we talked about yesterday, assume that you have it, and we need to start writing out. It's like as if you're writing a business plan. Your pitch is a representation of your business plan.
Yes, and the numbers you research for it and write it, it's a data. It will help you later in your business plan and the financial plan. So you have to care about this part. Don't just bring some numbers from one source and that's it. Try to search more and more until you get the accurate information about the total addressable market of your target customers.
And then the second most important thing, which is the third line. How much do they spend? That is the market.
Yes.
The market is about exponential, not number of people in it. Because any market that has 1 billion people and they're not spending money in that market, it's not a market.
Yeah, they are not customers even.
So I'll give you an example. One of the startups, without mentioning names, one of the startups that we have incubated with us right now, is a very bright guy. And he's not young. And he's doing something with IoT in agriculture. And he presented to us that his total addressable market is, which I don't know, 10,000 faddans. And it's growing annually by 15%. And when he finished, I told him, this is not a market. Those faddans are not your customers. What is your solution? Your solution is X. The farmers who own the faddans, how much are they spending on this specific thing? If they're not spending, you have a wrong solution. It's not a market. Be aware of these pitfalls because these are very small nuances that you overlook. But when you put them in a presentation, in a pitch, they turn something like that, turns an investor off. أنا أوكي عيل صغير لسه بيتعلم ماشي دخل له احتضان ولا عمل له مش عارف إيه خلاص أنت وقعت منه. Why? Because investors do not invest in ideas. Take it back from an old guy that has pitched so many times as my bald head. Investors don't invest in ideas. They invest in the capability of the entrepreneur to exploit the idea. So a mistake like this, putting the number of market in faddans, not in terms of expenditure, shows him that you are young, you are naive, you are a starter. In the Americans, in the movie language, you are a rookie. So I'm gonna put money with you.
Ahmed, you have a question?
Yeah, please. But this maybe works with SME, not IDE, because in IDE type, there is no market maybe for the new invention.
Okay, now I will have يعني انت كده بتحفر لي عشان اقول لك على البتاع. Without naming the company is doing a smart irrigation system. Why? Because it's paid in irrigation.
أنا أعتقد إنه مش بيسأل على ده بالتحديد، هو بيسأل
So
في
no,
العموم.
even though it is innovative, the customer is already spending on what you want to change. How much is he spending? If he's not spending traditionally on what you want to change with innovation, then he's not going to buy your innovation. It's not an SMEs, it's an IDEs even more. It's the other way, Ahmed. It might not be relevant for an SME because an SME, either he's spending and you're filling in a gap of supply, so he's going to buy.
Yeah, that's right.
The problem is I am making an IoT to control lighting for RTA in Dubai. If you tell me that is a huge market, we have 1 million public lighting bulb in the streets, that's not the market. The market is how much money is RTA spending on these lamps to control it. If they're not spending on to control it, then you're on the wrong cause. No matter how flashy the idea is, they're not going to spend money. They don't spend money to control. It's not a pain. That's like an initial. This part is like an initial validation. Is there a market aslan or not? I'll give you another very good example. Do you know solar cells? How many people here are familiar with solar cells? Solar cells. In our countries, do you know what is the problem with cells? In our countries, in the whole Arab region, we have great sun, and yet we have a huge problem.
The power, maybe the power that maybe 20%.
No, the main problem with our solar cells is that we are in the middle of the world, and sun is almost perpendicular. So the ideal angle is almost flat. It's very slightly like that. And we are desertous. We have a lot of sand with little rain.
Yeah.
So the panels gather dust, which actually reduces their efficiency by more than 30%.
Yeah.
Now, if I want to make an invention or an innovation with robotics and IoT to put something automatically that is going to clean these things, because it's a problem apparently, unless I know that the people are already spending money on cleaning it traditionally in that amount, I don't have proof that this is a market. Maybe they leave it and they change. It's easier for them to change it every 5 years. I've seen that case in Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia can afford doing this. But in Egypt, we can't. So that thing worked in Egypt, but they failed to sell it in Saudi Arabia 5 years ago, just before COVID. Why? There is no market for it in Saudi. Saudi, they do not maintain the solar cells. It's cheaper for them to change them every 5 years. When their effectiveness is less than 20%, they change them. Here in Egypt, we say that the solar cell expected life is 25 years. People wanted to last the 25 years. You can't afford to change them. So maintenance is a market. They spend money on getting people to manually clean it. So that's a market. Did you get my point, ya Ahmed?
Yeah.
Okay. اتفضل يا كريمان. Next slide. ولا خلاص لسه عندك حاجة هنا؟
لا خلاص كده تمام. هما يعني لو هم عندهم أسئلة يعني.
Now we come to what we said, the problem worth solving. Problem worth solving, in other words, is the pain you're trying to relieve. And you see here يا أحمد تاني, because we talked about the market. كلمة worth means money.
لسه ما طلعتش.
لا worth, the big title.
اوكي.
Problem worth solving. Worth means money. Means the problem has a market.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
يعني لو تلاحظوا كل اللي احنا بنقوله ده معتمد على اللي فات كله. يعني هي خطوات بتمشيها، ما فيش حاجة هتنط خطوة الا لما تكون يعني لازم تمشي الخطوات يعني ورا بعض علشان تقدر تحدد البروبلم بتاعتك. يبقى لازم تعمل الديزاين ثينكينج اللي احنا قلناه امبارح. you have to emphasize and then ideate. لازم تحس بالناس اللي لازم تobserve، لازم تشوف الكلاينت بتاعك بعينك، تشوفه هو بيعمل ايه، التارجت كاستمر بتاعك بيتصرف ازاي، كله مترتب على بعضه. ف when you determine your problem you have then an evidence that you can solve this problem.
So part of the market and expenditure is an evidence. I say the problem or the pain today is cleaning solar cells every 2 years. What is your evidence? Companies spend annually this amount of money to manually clean this. And that was a big problem. That was a big debate between me and the guy of the irrigation, because he failed to provide me with evidence that the normal farmers that own land actually even spend money on irrigation. This is a problem we have in Egypt, but that's not the problem he's solving. They don't pay any price for water is scarce, but they don't pay money for water. They have been raised on irrigating with what we call al-ghamr, which is opening water in the field and let it run. So the idea of saving water, he just say it with his tongue. The peasant or the farmer say it with his tongue. He says it, but when you look what he does, he lets the water running all overnight.
I think the problem with this guy that he start or he want to implement what he have in his mind, not what his customer really needs. And we have this problem with him since about 3 or 4 months ago, and he still insists on his
he's also
way.
ambitious. He doesn't want to go by that. He has some evidence that business to business, there are huge businesses that are having irrigation problems. Start with these people. He wants to prove to us that he can be a unicorn. So that's what we identify in intersection. That's what one of the problems we try to solve, which is chasing the next big thing. It's not about the next big thing. It's about solving problems of real people. You might get lucky in solving a problem that is global, and you become the next big thing. Like Uber, maybe. But you might not solve a problem that is the next big thing, like Kickstarter, or maybe like not PayPal, the auction. So these are big companies. They didn't become unicorns immediately because their customer, like Apple. Apple doesn't have a 100% share. Apple has the smallest share of the smartphone market. But they are very clever. They picked a proper market. It's the smallest share, but it's the highest profit making. Apple has less than 20%, 21% of the smartphone market share, and it makes profit more than Samsung, LG, Xiaomi, and I don't remember the four, and Apple combined. Apple makes more money than them all. And those four have something like 70% of the market. Why? They picked a heavy market. So you shouldn't, being the next big company or the next big thing is not necessarily being the global thing who has market share of everything. So I think our friend here, our guy that we're talking about, the irrigation guy, his main problem is that he wants to sell to everybody. So he's insisting on throwing the majority of the market in the equation, which is the majority of the land is within the hands of farmers. It's like 20-80. 20 with B2B, and the rest are, if we can call them, consumers. But the problem is those consumers are not a market for you yet. Because you cannot have any proof or evidence that they are spending money on irrigation. Okay? So you have to have an evidence. And this problem with that evidence, how is it impacting the customer? And Ahmed, how are they satisfying it today? They're not waiting for your invention, for your innovation. The fact that we're talking about innovation, not invention, means that the problem you're trying to solve is already satisfied today, but you're solving it better.
With another way, yeah. You solve it with another way, better way.
Okay?
And then we come back here to the value proposition. So value proposition means how can you solve the pain or relieve the pain of your customer when he is doing a job or use some product, he has a pain. How could you relieve this pain? And try to be to present a unique product and service, or try to offer a unique product and service. Try to
That's
be
what
unique.
some of you yesterday mentioned it. This is what we call the USP. What is your unique selling point?
What's your edge? It's in market people.
In other language, what's your edge? Exactly.
It's your edge. I think we will go deep later about the edge of your product or service. But quickly أنا هشرح أكتر بالعربي. الإدج هو إيه الحاجة المميزة اللي موجودة عندك في البرودكت أو السيرفيس اللي أنت بتقدمها موجودة عند غيرك، حتى لو حاجة بسيطة جدا، حاجة رفيعة ممكن ما تبقاش موجودة عند الناس التانية. يعني فور اكزامبل مثلا المهندس أشرف، هو مش عشان شريكي يعني، بس هو لما بيجي يشرح is a very good storyteller. ده إدج عنده. هو لما بيجي يدي سيشن هو مش بس بيشرح النولج اللي موجودة في السيشن، لا هو عنده يعني talent الستوري تيلينج. ده إدج بيخلي الناس تستمتع بالسيشن. شوف هي حاجة مش يعني مش هقول لك حاجة لازم تكون انت يعني مخترع او حاجة رهيبة، لا هي حاجة يعني مهمة جدا بس صغيرة خلت عنده إدج في الشرح. ده طبقه على نفسك، هتلاقي عندك إدج يا اما في البرودكت او السيرفيس بتاعك انت ممكن ما تكونش واخد بالك منه، ممكن انت بقى تهايلايته وتصبره او تفكر في الإدج اللي انت هتحدده لسه، يعني على حسب الستيج اللي انت واقف فيها دلوقتي.
خليني اسالكم سؤال برضو على هذا الغرار. انا ما اعرفش، انا عارف طبعا انه الصبايا دلوقتي بيسوقوا، بس ما اعرفش بيسوقوا موتوسيكلات ولا لا، فهسال الشباب. كم واحد من عندنا من الشباب هنا عارف الهارلي ديفيدسون؟ ساق او نوز هارلي ديفيدسون؟
انا عارفاه على فكره، هو عادي.
حتى وانا ما بسوقوش.
اكيد ما سوقتوش بس يعني عارفاه.
Okay, how many people, why I'm asking about if you يعني اذا كنت سوقته قبل كده، لانه it's about the experience. What do you think is the unique selling edge of Harley Davidson? اتفضل يا ايوب.
Their design?
Yeah, but what did design do? It's design طبعا, of course, but people don't realize that as a unique selling edge. حتى في الايفون it's the same, it's almost the same unique selling point or the edge with Apple. That's what actually design gets you in this part. هند كانت رافعه ايدها بالغلط.
They're usually quite bigger than normal motorcycles, so I think comfort.
No. it's a very strange, but it's true.
I think it's the noise and the design that it's very manly design. You know, it gives you this
what exactly?
feeling.
What Ya Tariq did this do?
It's an adventure. You know, you feel very.
Again, what did the adventure do?
Psychological satisfaction.
It created a community.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
The main edge is that by time they were able to promote that social/psychological value that turned into a community. People who ride the Harley Davidson, they don't necessarily have to be hippies and they ride together, and he buys it because it is a community. It signifies belonging. He belongs to something. That's the unique selling edge. And that's the same unique selling point of BMW versus Mercedes. Mercedes is about safety. That's unique selling point. That's the edge of Mercedes. BMW, it's about belonging. People who ride BMW and they love it, they tell you, we will never ride another car. It's very weird. BMers are BMers for life. Like Harley Davidson guys. And Harley Davidson found a business model in that unique selling. Because when they did that community, the purchase of new motorcycles is not increasing that much because it's an expensive bike. But they were able to get services and additional merchandise to be sold. It's something like the App Store of Apple. So you need to understand how can you make a unique, your offer unique. Is it about a community? And you will be surprised when you start looking around you, you will find that what actually make products unique is a group of 5 or 6 things, generic. It depends how you use them. It's either a community, it's either simplicity, but you have to be aware of what you're doing in order to make it unique. So one reason or one advantage of doing the pitch like this is it gets you aware of every single part of your business because you might be asked. You need to come up with everything. Like Einstein said, if I had a problem my life depended on and I had only 1 hour, I'll spend 55 minutes determining the right questions to answer. Okay? So, as we said, you only can start small. So what are you going to start with in the next coming 6 months, maximum a year? And after that year, how are you going to expand? You see that the information is building on each other. And why is this expansion good? لغاية دلوقتي, nothing here is about the idea. Nothing is about the idea. Nothing is about the actual product. Now, I'll take on the slide analogs. Analogs are powerful things to think of. I am the Google of pharmaceuticals. If my service is to provide a platform where you can search for all the chemical pharmaceuticals for medicine and anti-suppliers, that's a big search engine. So one way of making your pitch closer is to pick a known analog that you can refer to. The most used one is the Uber, because Uber was the first thing to offer a platform that matched different things. So every time you see somebody, you're like, yeah, I'm the Uber of trucks. That's an analog. We call this an analog. How can you explain your offer using analogs? Very important. Bills, all bills on top of each other. If you have one missing number in the previous slides, you will not know how to have a pricing strategy. How am I going to price it? I have this, we get this question every day. We work with, beside our design practice, we work heavily with entrepreneurs, and we get that question every day. How do I do my pricing? And we answer the same answer. You do it either top down or bottom up. But that's not the question. The question is why? The only thing, there is no answer. I can't answer that. What answers this is the previous slides. Your market size, how much people spend, how big they grow, what are the trends. This informs your pricing structure. And this, we call it execution. Now, you are stating strategies, how you are going to execute. How will you sell to the customers? You're going to go into events, you're going to go retail, you're going to go through a distribution channel, you're going to open an online store, and don't tell me all of them. Who's going to do all of them? You're just starting. How will you promote? How will you make your target customers aware of your offering? How are you going to market it? Advertising, word of mouth, events, PR. Will you make use of promotions? Promotions means discounts. This is very important.
And you can keep your customers by when you bring your customer, if you want to keep him, you can keep him by sending him messages, emails about your promotions. This is an important way to try to keep your customer.
Build and how are you going to build your product or service? Are you going to outsource it? That's part of your business model. What are the key activities? What are the key resources? Who are your partners? What are your delivery channels?
This is the business model canvas that we discussed yesterday. You can fill it in the model canvas.
You get the primary answers from there.
سريع البتين. في ايه تعمل كده ليه؟ ماشي حبيبي. ماشي.
السلام عليكم.
How will you keep your customers? That's a CRM. What is the system that you're going to be using? So finally, or not finally, a very important slide that most of you just put there is the team. Who are the team? Not just the founders. What makes them unique? Why are they unique? Why are they suitable for executing this vision? Why will they make this venture a success?
And when you build your team, try to make them or choose them as يعني شبهك, similar as much as you can with you, to be تقدروا تتواصلوا مع بعض بسهولة, يعني تكونوا حابين اللي انتوا بتعملوه. لأن مشكلة التيم دي يعني لو التيم ما اخترتوش كويس حقيقي بيسبب لك مشاكل كتير قوي بعد كده. وانت بتجو ثرو البيزنس ممكن يحصل لك زي يعني دروبس كده بسبب حد من التيم مثلا كنت معتمد عليه في حاجة ما بيعملهاش. يعني متفق على مواعيد معينة, مواعيد تسليمات معينة للكاستمرز, حد من التيم وقع منك أو عند أو اتخانقت معاه, فدي بتعمل مشاكل كبيرة بتلبسك في الحيط الحقيقة. لازم وانت بتختار التيم بتاعك تكون بتختاره يعني بدقة, وما تستعجلش في اختيار التيم, ما تستعجلش أبدا في اختار واحدة واحدة. ويا ريت برضو وانت بتبيلد التيم تختاروا واحد واحد, يعني اختار واحد الأول بعدين خليه ينخرط معاك في الشغل, يعني تعمل له زي تيستينج, تشوف هو فعلا حابب اللي انت بتعمله, هيقدر يدي فيه ولا لا, وبعد كده تبتدي تزود. ما تختارش يعني ما تبقاش مستعجل انك تعمل التيم وبعد كده في الآخر تلاقي نفسك يعني اتورطت. كان ده يعني بناء على خبرات وحاجات شفناها يعني. كمل يا شوان.
الحاجة التانية بقى, how do you plan to
معلش يا جماعة بشرح بالعربي, أنا آسفة جدا بس هو أسرع بالنسبة لي. معلش أنا آسفة بجد.
How do you plan to add talent? This is very important. You are going to grow, or at least you're assuming so. Okay, you took your time, we built your team at the beginning, at the first year, first 2 years. As Kariman said, you were very careful. ولقيناهم واحدة واحدة وشبهنا وكل حاجة حلوة قوي. You have to have this in mind. You need to find a way to make it systemic. Because when you start growing, ما انت حاجة من الاثنين هيحصلوا. مش هتفضل واقف زي ما انت. Either you're gonna die, the company is gonna go bankruptcy, it's gonna die, or it's gonna go up. ملهاش تالت. It will never go like this. It will either take a dive or it will pick off. If it takes a dive, there's not a problem. كلنا هنقعد في البيت. The problem is if it picks up. How do you plan to add talent? And more importantly, how are you going to retain them? Because in the early stage, you're going to depend on them. They will know your secrets. If it picks up and they have your secrets and you cannot retain them, they will go to competition. So these are 2 points that you have to think of very early in the process. You don't have to have solid answers, but you have to show that you're thinking of. At least. Okay? And now to the big finale, projections. Everything has to turn into the dollar sign. You have to be able, if you have all the previous numbers, then you will be able to do your projections. And you will be asked, did you build your financial on bottom-up basis or by projecting activity month by month? How much investment are you asking for to start up through the next 5 years? Why the next 5 years? Most of you ask for money and put projections naively, stating that they are going to be profitable and break even in 2 years. Well, welcome to Mother Earth. This doesn't happen in entrepreneurship. It doesn't. There are a million factors. even if you do everything right, that are going to go against you. That's the reason why startups succeed and they pick up and they still raise money. Okay? So you have to do your projections properly. Projections are done either with a bottom-up basis, which is, I know, I take a lump sum kida and I just take it 10%. This is one way. Or I'm going to build it month by month. How much I'm planning to sell every month, how much I'm going to need marketing, what is my cost structure, blah, 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 blah. And we do that for the first year, and then we start replicating it with an expected annual growth rate for 5 years. When do you expect to reach profitability? You see, it doesn't say when are you going to reach it. When do you expect to reach? And that's not going to happen in the first year. Wala in the second year. Why? Because you have to expand. You will pour, even if you're successful, you will pour every penny you are making in the company, you will throw it back in the company to expand, and you might still need more money. Because it's the expansion that is going to make you sustainable.
And when you write the projections and put a 5 years expectation, you have to prove the scalable, profitable money that you will reach. You have to prove it.
Okay. What level of sales do you need to do to hit and reach this? This is for the bottom-up basis. If I say I will do this revenue, blah, that's a bottom-up. Okay, to reach that bottom-up, what is the type of sales you need to do? Maybe after you put the numbers, I had this with an Australian guy, and in 2013, in the company that I was running, and I was a partner in it with 10%, I came up with an idea, and it was one of the first ideas in the market, and we launched something for education called social learning. We launched it in the States, and then we needed talent, so we got a partner from Australia. And the Australian guy, for my surprise, came back to the board with a forecast bottom up. He's going to make this amount of money every month. And I paused a moment and I told him, what type of sales do you think you're going to do to hit that number? And I knew that it's not going to work by then. But the board sided with him and it didn't work. Because his pricing was so low. And to reach the numbers that he had put in the projection, we needed to sell to 10,000 schools monthly. We had to add 10,000 schools monthly. And I worked in the education market before. It's an extremely, yes, not because there are millions, almost billions of schools globally, but the school market is very competitive. You can't add 10,000 schools a month. You need huge investment. You need something like 100 salesperson to get 10,000 schools a month. So it's very important, if you're not doing it month by month, you're not projecting activities, that you provide us with a level of sales, because that's a double check for you. Because if you think of it, it will make you change the projections. Then you are down to earth. And we need to know how much money you will generate during your 5th year, even if it's a projection. Why? Does anybody know why? Why, if you are presenting to an investor, you need to show me how much revenue do you expect to generate on your 5th year?
maybe to evaluate the opportunity of
Not the
investing in
opportunity.
this,
Not the opportunity at all. It's to determine your terminal value. Now, this VC or this investor is going to give you money against equity. How much percentage is it going to take? How to value the company? You're not even started yet. So the valuation of startups is usually based on discussing the projections, actually agreeing on something in the middle. And then these projections, we use different methods. One of them is called terminal value, terminal money value. The other one is called discounted cash flow. And for those numbers to return something meaningful, they have to be at least 5 years. So we say, okay, if everything goes right with this projection in 5 years, this company should now be valued at $10 million. So the guy is giving me $1 million, he should be taking 10%. So that's the importance of the projections. And knowing that, it doesn't mean that you make high projections, but the other guy, his only job is discussing numbers. He's gonna explode it. He's gonna bomb it. So you have to be reasonable so that you don't waste much time, because if he feels that you're over optimistic, he will think one of two things: either you're a rookie or you're a fraud. And in both cases, he's not gonna invest with you. And if you do it very pessimistic, he will know that you are a rookie or you don't understand your business, and again, he's not gonna invest. So the projections need solid data before it, and you have to be very careful on it and ask a lot of people and work on it once and twice, not to be optimistic and not to be pessimistic. You have to try to be realistic. Okay? The last thing you have to understand, and that is not with me, you're going to ask Hussein and the team, what does the venue look like? Tariq, please, Fadl.
Sorry, sir, but I have a question. Let's say in the 5th year, what is the minimum of EBITDA values that can get investors' attention?
There is no minimum. It's all about the growth, ya Tariq.
Yes.
You don't present the 5th year alone. When we say the 5th year, this means that I'm going to see an income statement for 5 years, year 1 through year 5. How is it growing? How the profit is growing and how the revenue is growing. And then we have the cash flow for the 5 years.
Yes.
And then the revenue from the 5th year gives me, with some calculations, gives us, if he agrees on it, the terminal value for money, which is like the minimum valuation. And then there is something we call it the free cash flow, which is the cash that you generate that is free from investment. We take the cumulative free cash flow and we do a discounted model to see that cash flow, if it really happens, how much would it worth now? And that likes give you the maximum valuation. And then it's a bargain anywhere in between if he approves these numbers. So it's not one single number that works alone. Ahmed?
Yeah, but how we can objectively evaluate our potential sales?
Okay. Now, when you enter a market, that you do market research in it and you observe the people and you gather all the information, and if you have some money, maybe you have to buy professional reports, or you try to your best to get professional sourced data. Because sometimes some investors will actually give you minimum money at the beginning just for you to buy reports and do the projections again if they like the team. Because some industries, data is not available, quantitative data is not available unless you pay. Like in the mobile industry, like in AI industry now.
But if it's
Yes.
go ahead.
and they're expensive. You have to buy a report for $8,000.
But if it's an invention, so it's new, so there is no
Yeah,
big
now-
data about that.
No, it's not about big data. If it's an invention, don't start a startup. As I said yesterday, nobody starts a startup with an invention. Nobody is going to invest in it. You might be right, but it's going to be a long, lonely journey. Focus on innovation, which is using already invented, easy, accessible technologies in the market. Use it to solve problems differently. These are the successful startups. Look at Uber. Uber didn't invent anything. It's an innovation. They use very old data, very old technologies. AI, it's booming now. It's a 30-year-old technology. R&D and AI are working on emotional artificial intelligence. And we know if they hit success, it's not going to be mainstream for another 30 years. That's R&D, that's another thing. But to start a startup and make money, it's from innovation, not invention. This is very important. So if it's an invention, you will find some data. At least you will have the compound annual growth rate. So you are in, say, IoT irrigation systems, and you will find data on that is not for money, and they will tell you the preliminary data that is there. That's enough for your initial projection. It tells you that this market is expected to grow based on secondary market research that has been done by blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. It's expected to grow between 2022 to 2028 by 16.3% annual compound growth rate. Well, that's going to be your compound growth rate. You can assume that this is your rate of growth in the 5 years of your projection. If your capacity is to sell to 100 first year, you will be selling to 116 second year, you will be selling to 116 by 1.16 and so on. So annual compound rate, that will give you your trajectory. Then the only point of negotiation is going to be whether the numbers you set in the first year are doable or not. Because the first year is very predictable. Are you on the lower side or are you very optimistic? In some opportunities, I've seen investors very interested in the team, not in the idea. Liking the team, liking the spirit, liking the practice, liking the market. And I tell them, okay, you want $100,000, but we see some holes in your research. We're going to buy you this report and extend our non-disclosure agreement with you for 3 months. That's a risk we're willing to take because it's $10,000 better than $200,000. And go buy the research and do your homework and come back again. That happens sometimes. But usually, from the preliminary number for your initial pitch, for your initial talks, for your initial takeoff, you will find enough data to give you a 70% good projection for the 5 years, which is more than enough to start with. Why? Because investors know, and I know from experience, and Kariman now knows after working with me for 2 years by experience, that rarely that a startup succeeds with what it started with. You're going to change. The moment you start knowing your customers better, going and solving the problem, you might be still solving the same problem, but you will change. You will never, I have not come across a single startup in the world that succeeded with its initial idea that it started with. Never happens.
Our company.
Our company, no, we changed. We in 3 years, we changed like 6 times.
Yeah, I said even us.
Even us. I thought you said, no, our company.
No, I said even us.
And we're solving the same problem for the same target market. Just the solutions that we think are going to work don't go mainstream for different reasons that are not apparent until you deploy them. This is the problem with innovation. فما بالك بقى بالinvention. You understand why we don't work with inventions? Even with innovation, things that people know, changing them together is not guaranteed for people to accept it. Let me give you an example about this part before we go into the venue. Does anybody know the Segway? Do you know the Segway?
Like the bike that you ride, the two-wheel.
The Segway. Yes, I'm gonna show it to you. حالا. This, how many people know this thing? Do you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
That was not an innovation. That was an invention in 2000. And they made focus groups and they raised money. The company name was Segway. And their motto was revolutionizing transportation. It's gonna kill the bike. They made focus groups and people told them, beautiful, great. They took that as validation. They raised money, billions, into factories, manufacture, go on sale. Sales zero. People are not buying. Not buying. Company went bankruptcy and had to sell the patents to 2 or 3 other companies. These are the companies selling it with modifications now. But before they went bankruptcy, they wanted to know why people aren't buying. So they made empathy. They didn't make a customer. They got people to try it and they filmed them. They observed them. Does anybody know why didn't people buy it? Be shocked. Does anybody know why they didn't buy it?
Maybe because they don't know how to use it.
No.
Maybe it's not comfort.
You see, this is more like the original. I want to see the original. These are the
not safe.
These were changed. This is like the original Segway. You see? People said we feel silly. When we tried it, we feel silly on this thing. We look ridiculous. And they ditched it. Later on, when we started seeing why they made it silly, because the handle was high, so that's why the new versions came with a shorter handle like this one. The original one, the handle was higher than this. And it's a brilliant idea. But from all the people, from all the 3 companies that bought the patents, these guys are the most who made money. You will find that I think it's still very popular even in UAE. What did they do? They used the technology, they innovated. By that time in 2000, you had to have that stick because we didn't have accelerometer sensors. They were there, but they were not in public sale. They were very expensive. So this guy, they took the handle completely off. What made it silly, they took it completely off. And started, and for you to balance on it, they used accelerometers. Okay? Sensors like the ones that are in phones now. And they marketed it to teenagers as the new surfing board. And wow, on the amount of sales they made. They called it hoverboard. Became a category its own. It's hover because it goes alone, not just skating. Now, and it's expensive, but most kids, if they're not in the sports of the acrobatic skating boards competitions, they buy this one.
Here's what I found.
Okay, so again, it's about the value, the problem. It's about all the slides we talked about. You need to have all this data and in addition to your elevator pitch to be able to start crafting a dramatic pitch. The final question you need to ask about is, what does the venue look like? How long?
النت قطع. أنا عندي برضو unstable.
Zoom. Sorry for that. You need to know, what does the venue look like? What time are you going to be seated? Are you going to be standing? Is there room for you to walk? Do you have a podium? Will you control your own slides? Will somebody else control the slides for you? What time of day is it? How much time do you have to present? You have to know all this in advance. And most importantly, what is my audience look like? And the most important part of the audience are the judges. What are they looking for? What are their backgrounds? Because now you're telling a story, and now these are your customers. Okay? What do they expect from you and what you expect from them? You want them to invest, you want them to give you the first price, you want them to give you connections, you want them to make you networking. What do you want? You gathered everything. Great. Now let's craft the story. We didn't craft the story yet. We are doing our gathering. We had pencil to paper, we had index cards, and we went systemically to gather every single thing we have on our business. Now it's time to use these numbers to make it emotive and dramatic. That's called crafting the story. So now I have my initial storyline. Visually impaired people deserve to experience the world in a better opportunity. Our company, Thea Spectra, provides them a great experience from using technology, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's my elevator. Then I gathered every single thing I can about the visually impaired, who they are, what are their segments, what are the differences between them, how they are grouped, how much do they spend, and if they can't spend, are there non-profits, are there other people who spend on giving them a life experience? What are the competition in the market? What is my unique selling point? But we gathered all this information. That's not the story. Now we put the elevator pitch on and we take a break for 10 minutes and then craft the story. Okay? It's 8:30. We will come back 8:40, inshallah. Just
Okay.
any the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, cup of tea, because you need to really be very fresh when we come to the concept of crafting your story. Any questions before we read? And all what we said before? Okay, great, guys. See you in 10 minutes, inshallah. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مركزين ولا لسه ولا نمتوا؟ يا شباب ايه الأخبار؟
تمام.
تمام؟ طب كويس والله يونا، يعني ما سمعناش صوتك النهارده.
لا راح أشارك إن شاء الله.
طيب اوعوا تكونوا بس نمتوا، لو زهقانين قولوا لي.
لا السيشن كتير ممتاز ومصحصحين.
طيب الحمد لله، نتمنى من الله. طيب يلا بينا نرجع. احنا دلوقتي we will start crafting our story. Crafting the story is very nice because again it has a methodology that we borrow from the real world of storytelling. And we call it the 3-act structure. The 3-act structure أو هيكل الثلاث فصول، الفصل الأول، الفصل الثاني، الفصل الثالث. That's how we write stories. So actually storytelling is عامل زي song writing. انتوا الشباب دلوقتي you like to do the melody and write the lyrics and sing the song. Those are the people we call singers now. Okay, so doing your pitch, this is the act of storytelling. You gather the data, you write the own story, get the data of the story, you put a plot, you craft the story, you produce it, and you tell it. This entire activity, we call it storytelling. So you're the hero. So what is the 3-act structure? It has the first act, or الفصل الأول, is usually a setup. It's a situation. We are situationing things. You see this in any movie. The first 5 to 10 minutes, because the movie is lengthy, you find him showing you the characters. Maybe he decides to set the situation by moving in on a farm, or it's usually the first part of any story. The first act is setting the stage, introducing you to the characters, building the initial part of your story. The second act is about the drama. We've set the heroes, we've set the protagonists, we've set the antagonists, we made everything, we made the setup. Now we have something to talk about. So we talk about in a complication, in a confrontation that results in complication. This is called drama. Most of you are engineers. I don't know how many of you, I don't know seriously, my kids are slightly older than most of you. So I know by heart that they are not very much into literature. And who gets into literature, like my second daughter, she is actually into politics and she's very much into literature. It's not like the second hobby. My generation, most of us used to say poetry, used to read literature, we read stories, beside being engineers or architects or designers or physicians. So drama, if you didn't study it, drama in literature is the art of creating tension. Okay? And it's the tension that keeps people engaged. It's the thrill. Yani drama doesn't mean that it is something dramatic and sad and romantic. No, even when you watch a thriller, sitting like that, watching them, he's fighting and this is being done, and you sit like that, that's because of the drama, the tension. Okay, that usually happens in the second act. So your first act is setting the stage. For you, in the second act, to start doing the confrontation, to start Simba Tower, to start building the tension. And usually with confrontation comes complications. So things are going to get complex. And in the third act, we start having falling actions and resolution and the end, the happy end. These three acts, sometimes we call it the 3-act structure, and sometimes we call it the story arc, because it looks like this. The story arc. So the first act is the setup. It's mainly in the science of story writing, we call it exposition. So the first phase of the setup is mainly the exposition. You are exposing the facts, the undisputables of your story. And that act ends with a very important point here that we call it the inciting incident. If I go back one step again, so your setup is about the exposition, and the exposition ends with a very delicate part of the story. We call it the inciting incident. It's like نقطة التحول, and it's usually very subtle. It doesn't need to be a major thing, but actually it's the mark from where the confrontation and the complication is going to happen in Act 2. So now we are having rising action. And that rising action reaches a complication where there is usually a crisis. But the crisis is not the end of the story. Actually, the crisis keeps pushing you upwards until you reach the climax, the very, very, very top of the movie or of the story. And that's where Act 2 ends. Act 3 starts with that climax is the end of all the drama and the tension. It starts resolving. That's why we call it falling actions. And it keeps going down until we meet the end. That's how we write stories. If you take any movie and you look at it, it's like that. We map that in business in the following. Your first act is a setup, which is the current status. That's where we use something we call, because we don't have a long time, we don't have 15 minutes to put the exposition. We try to present the current status as quickly as possible. What is the current state of the market? How do people irrigate? What is the current state of people who lost their limbs? And our inciting incident is usually the pain. So we try for the drama to work in the short, because there are short movies and there are long movies. In short stories, the tempo is quicker. So we use, instead of the setup and the problem, because the setup, let me ask you a question. What is the use of the setup? What is the main use of the setup? Preparing for the drama. Okay, fine. So for the drama to work, we said, what do we need? Huh?
Introduction for the character.
No, we need
At first
emotions.
for a setup.
We need emotions.
Yeah, yeah.
For the drama to work, you need emotions. So the setup is actually putting you in the emotional mood that you can build the drama from. So usually you find the movie or the story is telling you how peaceful the village is, how the people are so kind with each other, and even that stranger that they don't know where he came from. But he starts showing you that how very well we are treating the stranger. And then that setup ends by showing us the inciting incident. That stranger is a spy. You know, what did you do here? You moved everybody in emotions because you took them on the setup that this is a peaceful, they are very kind, they help everybody, this guy is very good, but we finally see that he's coming to kill them. He's a spy. That's an inciting incident. So that gives you the room to create the emotive part. So when we go on Act 2 with the confrontation, we start tracking that spy. We see what did he send, and some data went, and okay, and they started bombing. That's the drama. We stay emotional because we feel he tricked the village. He abused their trust. That's where the emotion comes in. So usually the use of the setup along with the inciting incident is to set the emotive stage. Okay, so now in business, we don't have much time, it's 3 minutes. So we use what we call an emotional hook. That's what I explained, that's the example I gave you. Instead of saying, we have 15 million people with cut off limbs, and in Egypt people are poor, and it's blah, 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 that's setting a stage, but it's not emotion. So what did I do? We combined the inciting incident with the status in one question. How many people would like to take this plate? Everybody raised his hand. Do you know that from every 100 like you, 15 among you will not be able to raise their hand because their hand is cut off? That's the inciting incident. And we did set the stage because we said 15%. So we threw it in the shoe. We threw it on the audience. We put the audience in the shoes of our customer, which is the hero of the story. Now we're gonna take Act 2, telling them how does our hero, which is the normal worker with the cut hand, lives now. What is his problem? He can't work. For him to work, he has to go and get an electronic limb that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. He's gonna either go a mortgage, he's gonna sell his house. He won't be able to feed his kids. And we throw in statistics, we throw in numbers. And then comes competition, command. There is this ugly thing that they have. The climax is, this is a national problem. We lose workers, they lose jobs, they lose. That's the climax, that's the end of Act 2. The beginning of Act 3 is what? Your value proposition. Good news, we have bionic limb is here to the rescue. That's the second part of your elevator pitch. How many families, if we know how many families has visually impaired people, and we maybe show a visually impaired person in a museum, he's taking a conversation with his son. I want to go to the museum. Why do you go to the museum? You don't see. That's the incident. That's a hook. So we set the stage very quickly. Now we go, everybody now is in the shoes of that visually impaired guy. We go and build up. The number of them is like that. They have primitive products. They cannot go to cinemas. They cannot go to this. They cannot enjoy their life. If they don't enjoy their life, They are not fitted in the workspace, in the workplace. They're not fitted in the workplace. We're using this amount of money, blah, 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 blah. End of Act 2. Act 3 parts, good news. Thea Spectra is here for the rescue. We use technology to get these people, to fit them in the community. How? We start falling down, start saying our solution, what its unique advantage, how is it better than the competition? Who's the team doing it? How we're gonna sell it? This is our projections. We need this money, or that's towards the end. We need this money to make this a reality. That's a story. We didn't put a slide yet. Okay, so let's look at it. Act 1, combine the problem or the inciting incident along with the current state into a creative hook that puts your audience in the shoes of your customer. Get them hooked on emotionally. Then use the data that we grabbed all over the previous part to build up tension to an opportunity. You have to show that this is a big problem. Solving it is a huge opportunity. And then in Act 3, we put our value proposition, how we are going to build it, why we are capable of building it, why is it better than everybody else, how much do we need to build it. Now let's put it in a more detailed way. تكرار يعلم الشطار. First step, brainstorm an emotional hook. That's a creative thing to do. Sit together and brainstorm. After you gather all the data, you will be able to look at it and find where the inciting incident is and how to turn it into an emotional hook. Brainstorm an emotional hook for the audience and jump from it. You don't have time. Get right into the heart of the conflict. From there, go on Spire. Prepare and share only what is critical to the problem. You have 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. So you're not going to throw everything. You have to gather all the data and then pick from it what really helps you in a short time to build that tension, to make your point, to get people after that hook on that thrilling curve, waiting to see the opportunity is big, the problem is huge. Where is the solution? Build the argument with the data. You get to the climax of your problem. Then present the solution, your value proposition. And one good thing. If you've done a good hook that got them in, you present the solution in relation to the emotional hook. So we said that the visually impaired was arguing with his son to go to the museum. When you present your solution, immediately after. Now, no son. After you say your solution, Thea Spectra is here for the rescue. Now, no son can argue with his visually impaired family member to go to a museum. You see what you're doing here? You got him hooked and you're using the hook to present the solution. You're tying them in. Then, simple, clear, this conclusion. We'll do that solution for this market. In this number of years, we will produce like this. We will sell like this. Our team is blah, 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 blah. Our projection is like this for year 1, year 2, year 3. we need $200,000, we will use them as the full. $50,000 for building مش عارف ايه. $10,000 for doing promotion. 15 that you call this proceeds of the investment. Very simple but clear and crisp. Boring actions. We look forward for your investment. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That's a pitch. That's a story crafted pitch. If we look at these 5 steps or these 5 points, point 1 is act number 1. 2 and 3 are act number 2. 4 and 5 are act number 3. While you do that, there are very few tips for you to do. Get right into the heart of the conflict. Don't try to make yourself artsy. Share only what is critical to the moment. Don't try to make a twist. This is not a movie. In storytelling, we can reach a fake climax. That's what we call a twist. So after we reach a climax, immediately after the crisis, we make a slowdown. But then there's a turn. So we have another very steep drama happening to the real climax. That's called the twist in movies and in stories. This is not a theatric thing. You don't need a twist in business. So don't get artsy and share only what is critical to the moment. وما تجودش. عارفين هذا الأم إن لا تجود ولا تتنايق ما تجودش. Simple, clear and crisp. Have a clear conclusion. Simple, clear and crisp.
After this part, you come to the part that every entrepreneur loves, the slides, the presentation. How you can produce all this content that Dr. Ashraf told you. So it has also a methodology, but it's very simple. You can follow it simply. So you can go out with a very nice pitch, simple and presentable. Here we have a guy called Kawasaki. He has a principle of 10. Yeah, Guy Kawasaki. He told us a principles of 10, 20, 30, 50.
50 is our position. 50 is copyrighted to intersection.
Yeah, his advice here is don't go out with the pitch with more than 10 slides. 10 is better, is enough. And 20 minutes is enough. You will get surprised because a lot of times it's not 20 minutes. You have only 5. And you have to rehearse on the time because it's very important in the event. Need the 5 minutes.
We'll come to the rehearsal later. Only rehearsal for delivery.
Okay. And then 30 is the font size, and don't put more than 50 words.
Okay, let me explain again. B. Kawasaki is a marketer and a storyteller. In marketing in the US, we have something called evangelizers, which are people who prepare for who pre-market early innovations. So usually they tell short stories, but they are not pitches. So these are like the TED Talks. If anybody knows TED Talks, these are all evangelizing. So his rule of thumb is even if he's going to give a 20-minute, which is the maximum of any TED Talk, but TED Talks are usually in the range of 12 to 18 minutes. The maximum you can say is 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes, you have maximum 10 slides. And you don't use any font lesser than 30 And we add to that, don't put more than 50 words on a slide. That's a principle. So to put this in practice, you plan for 10 slides. In 3 minutes, this means that every slide is going to have 18 seconds. So 10 slides are too long. Try not to exceed 10 slides when you're grouping the data. Already you have your curve. Now you have your story. Actually, I believe you should write it before you do the slides. Write it and start dictating it to the computer with a nice voice of tone, and make sure that you tell the story in 3 minutes without slides. Now you take that story and group it, cut it into 3 steps. You have the 3 stages. Okay, so the hook is going to be 1 slide or 2 slides, depends on what the hook. The act 2 is going to be 6 slides or 5 slides, and maybe 4 slides. For you can be 11, 12, but never exceed 20%. Now, when you do that, you don't have 20 minutes. You have less than that. The writing you write on the slide should be no longer than 50 words. The font should not be lesser than 30 points, and try to group whatever is on the slide in 3, maximum 3 things. This is called in narration the rule of 3. That is the most memorable thing that people resonate with. That's why in all the advertising you see them saying the values in a group of 3. They never tell you 4. They always tell you cheap, nice, and beautiful. X, Y, and Z. This is something psychological. People remember the 3s. They don't remember 2, but they can grasp it. And definitely they don't remember the 4th. It's always 3. Your brains and the audience brains are wired like that. So you start grouping all that facts in your story. When you're putting it on the slide, you put it in groups of 3. When I told you what makes a strong story, I told you what? Emotive, dramatic, visual. It's 3. In intersection, we believe in the future lies in the intersection of design, business success, and learning. 3. Anything is extra, we will group it under those 3 categories. Always use 3. Call it the rule of 3. Okay, now you're starting to cut your content into chunks. Does everybody hear me, or
سامعك كويس.
because somebody lost?
Yes,
لا بيقولوا يس من عنده وقت.
Okay, now that's the explanation again. 10 slides, 20 minutes, no longer, even if you have time. Minimum font size is 30, and maximum words per slide are 50. And those 50 words, group them into 3 groups, if you can. It's a creative process now. You've prepared everything. Now you are on the production. You're on the other part of the creative journey. You prepared data, got creative on telling your story. Now you're producing it. And because these are visuals, there are, I'm sorry, the slide is messed up. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Share, finish. Last minute changes. I'm so sorry. Oops, no, 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 no. Stop sharing. This is the share. I hate Zoom, and I think Zoom hates me back. Okay. Now, design, and I'll leave Kariman to talk with you about that. She can say the terminology in English, but for her, because this is her very speciality. So I want her to be very, very يعني بأريحية تتكلم معاكم بأريحية. لكن we have something called principles of design and elements of design. And this is what we're going to use in doing the slides. Kariman.
In the principles of design, we have to respect contrast, repetition, alignment, and proximity. In contrast, we prefer to choose not a lot of colors in the slide, colors or 3 for the maximum for the whole pitch, and try to make pale colors and one is in the contrast. I mean, maybe you choose gray or pastel color, and one of the colors choose one make a contrast. Okay, and try always to make alignment. Choose the alignment and text in the whole pitch, because this will make the people are watching you, their eyes are comfortable when they are watching your pitch, and there is no يعني مفيش زحمة. Try to make it خليها منظمة وتكون alignment بشكل يعني مرتب. الريبيتيشن خلي دايما يكون يعني انت مقسم مثلا السلايد بتاعتك، مقسمها جزء الكتابة وأجزاء تانية للصور، خليها دايما ريبيتيشن، ما تخليش مرة كتابة كتير، ويعني ما تخليش الناس وهي قاعدة بتتفرج عليك تحس ان هي confused. خلي دايما السلايد ريليتد لبعضها في الشكل. احنا بنتكلم دلوقتي في الفيجوال. اوكي. وخلي دايما لما تيجي تحط صور تبقى مكبرها مثلا على الاخر، ما تبقى واضحه، ما تبقاش صوره صغيره الناس تقعد تشوفها تلاقي صعوبه ان هي تشوفها. الكلام مثلا كبير قوي، هو مش هيقعد يقرا الباراجراف اللي انت هتحطها كلها، عشان كده احنا قلنا 50 words maximum. بس لو في عايز تضيف حاجه ضيف.
لا، هي البرنسبلز بتاعت الديزاين دي برنسبلز جايه من ان جنرال. طبعا احنا مش عايزين نخش معاكم بتاع من حاجه اسمها جيشتالت. الجيشتالت دوت دراسه السيكولوجيه، ازاي البني ادم بيبرسبت اي حاجه فيجوال. there is a reason الحاجات دي طالعه منين؟ من الناس. فاولا عايز تعمل كونتراست، يبقى تشتغل بحاجه، لو هتشتغل بالوان بتشتغل بحاجه اسمها كومبلمنتري كولرز. الاخضر بكونتراست مع مين؟ الاحمر. الازرق بكونتراست مين؟ معاه البرتقاني. الاصفر بكونتراست مين؟ معاه البنفسجي. ده علم الوان. لو عايز تعمل كونتراست ما ينفعش تشتغل باربع الوان، مش هيبقى فيه كونتراست. او ابيض واسود، او تعمل الكونتراست بالشيب، دايره قصد مربع، او بالاتجاه، مستطيل عامل كده ومستطيل عامل كده، ما ده كونتراست. ولما تنقي حاجه تشتغل بيها ريبيتد زي ما كريمان قالت. عندك مجموعه حاجات موجوده لازم يبقى لهم الاينمنت واضح وتثبت عليه. ما ينفعش سلايد يبقى التكست الاين سنتر، والسلايد اللي بعديها التكست الاين ليفت، والسلايد اللي بعديها التكست الاين رايت. الناس بتتوه. والبروكسيميتي، كل ما بتكبر الحاجه كل ما البني ادم بيحس انها اقرب له، كل ما بيحس ان هو جواه. ابقى بستغرب جدا ناس عامله سلايد عليها صوره واحده، يحط لك التايتل في حته ويحط سلايد صغيره، يحط الصوره قد كده، ما تملى بيها الشاشه. دي البرنسبلز بتاعه الديزاين. بنستخدم ايه بقى في البرنسبلز دي؟ elements. في عناصر بتشتغل في الديزاين. اول عنصر منهم مين؟ الخط، سواء كان مستقيم ولا متكسر ولا ملولو، هو خط اسمه لاين. واللاين ده لما بقفله يعمل شيب. اول ما بدات استخدم درجه لون بتتغير، يبقى انا بستخدم حاجه اسمها فاليو، اللي هو قيمه الضوء والضلمه والالوان. عمرك ما تستخدم باليته فيها اكتر من 3 الوان. انا عشان كده بكره باوربوينت. افتح التمبلت بتاع الباوربوينت، قول له وريني التمبلتس كده، طلع لك تمبلتس بتزغرق، ده ازرق واخضر واحمر واصفر. ايه يا عم في ايه؟ ده ولا عمره ورد على مدرسه ديزاين اللي عمل التمبلتس دي. السايز زي ما كانت بتقول، the more important the thing the more size it is. وبعدين سيب الحاجه تتنفس، عشان كده بقول لك 50 كلمه. سيب السلايد تتنفس،
يكون في سبيس، ما تملاهاش على الاخر. يعني
ما
مش كل
تكتبش
ما
الحاجه
هتحط
على نفس بعضها كده.
مش كل ما هتحط معلومات كل ما هتبقى ريتش، لا بالعكس، خليها simple as much as you can علشان يعني تبقى تجذب الاتنشن للناس اللي بتتفرج عليك.
بعد كده عندنا حاجه اسمها رول اوف ذا ثيردز. تاني ثلاثه
مشهورة، يعني مشهورة دلوقتي دي مع التصوير الكتير،
من
الناس كتير
الكاميرات. خلاص
عارفاها.
قلت لك الجريد يعني
تصوير
ايه
بالموبايل.
زي ما انت بتجمع الحاجه ككلمات في مجموع الثلاثه، اي صوره لاندسكيب او بورتريه بتقسمها 9 مربعات، تلت وتلت وتلت وتلت، 3 تلات و3 تلات. ولما تبدا تجمع الحاجه بتجمعها حوالين تقاطع ال3 تلات دي، يطلع لك حاجه بنسميها بالانسد كومبوزيشن. بص الصوره دي، شايفين السلايد اللي تلتينها فاضي انما موزونه
بالكلام
عشان
ما ينفعش
الكلام.
تحط نص. يعني انت لو عايز تبين حاجة وتفوكس عليها ما تحطهاش في المربع اللي في النص، خليها دايما يا اما يمين يا اما شمال، وتوزن الناحية التانية بالكلام. والفونت برضو بتاع الخط، يعني الفونت من العوامل، الفونت والسايز الاثنين من العوامل اللي بتوزن جدا الشكل.
وبعدين افتكر بقى، انت مش داخل مسابقه رسم، انت بتبريزنت. انت بتبريزنت لحد انفستور. simplicity is king. البساطه تكسب. طيب ازاي اوصل للبساطه؟ ريدكشن.
نصيحتي ليكم ما تستخدموش التمبلتس الجاهزه يا جماعه، ولا في اي حاجه، مش شرط في باوربوينت، في العموم ما تعتمدوش عليه. يعني خلي دايما وانت بتشتغل اختار مثلا، انت خلاص جهزت الكونتنت، اختار صور معينه تعبر عن اللي انت هتحطه في البيتش. اخترت الصور وجهزت الكونتنت، تبتدي انت بقى اعمل ديزاين. يعني انا هحط الصوره دي هملى بيها السلايد، ومثلا زي السلايد اللي قدامك دي، هختار لونين معينين خلاص هثبتهم. لون هحط فيه العنوان بتاع السلايد او التايتل يعني بخط كبير، وهحط مثلا الباراجراف اللي هحطه دوت بخط تاني صغير على جنب. بس ما تحطش كتير، مش لازم اشكال كتير ولا لازم صور كتير يعني الوان كتير، لا خليها سيمبل. مش لازم تحط تمبلت، يعني ما تاخدش تمبلت جاهزه، لان هي فعلا مش بيبقى مبذول فيها مجهود.
طيب تعالى ناخد اكزامبل. واحد بيعمل برزنتيشن، how to make it simple, reduction of the unnecessary. انت عامل السيرفي وعامل البتاع جايب بالنص ساعه، الناس بتشتري ايه؟ مش عشان انت عامل كده you presented كده. This is when do people buy on our website. من كل 3 ساعات. When you look at this slide, the only conclusion you can draw انه اقل ناس بتشتري من 3 ل 6 الصبح. الباقي كله competing. There is no conclusion in the slide and it's crowded.
مش سهل انك تقراها، يعني انت لما تبص عليها هتاخد وقت طويل عشان تقرا البرسنتج دي بتعبر عن ايه؟
لكن بص على السلايد دي، بص لما نعملها
لو
كده
عملتها بالطريقه دي هتكون أكتر كتير. انت يو eliminate
ساعات.
يعني
مش انت
انت
جايب الداتا كل ساعه تحطها كل ساعه، جمعهم. يو ار
انت
سيلينج
عملت
سمثينج.
هنا عملت لهم جروبينج.
دلوقتي لما عملناها كل 6 ساعات بانوا ان هم قريبين، بس بان قوي انه من 12 ل 6 قليل، ومن 12 ل 6 الدور ده اكبر حاجه. there is a conclusion.
مقروءة يعني سهل انك انت تقراها، اسهل بكتير من الثانية لان هنا عملت elimination والالوان قلت.
بالظبط. reduction is one way of simplification. Another way to be simple, utilize white space. الله يخرب بيت المدارس ومدرسين الرسم اللي بيضربوكم لما كنتوا لازم تملى الصفحه كلها. انا عايز اسالكم سؤال، حد فيكم سمع مزيكا ليها معنى من غير ما يبقى فيها سايلنس؟ دو ري مي فا صول لا سي المزيكا مزيكا بالسكته. دو ري مي دو، غير دو ري مي دو ري مي دو ري مي دو ري مي دو ري مي. ده اسطوانه مشروخ. في الجرافيكس او في الفيجوالز الوايت سبيس بنسميه نيجاتيف، عامل زي السكته. هنا this is a brilliant example. He's presenting, he's using two principles.
شدت انتباهك في سلايد زي دي؟
هو بيلعب بالكونتراست. sacrifice is the most important thing. وعامل ريزن بفونت تاني، فالكونتراست جاي بالفونت وبالسايز.
عشان هو you to read sacrifice.
حد يعرف اشهر حاجه بتستخدموها كل يوم that is doing this principle in design؟ خلاص قربنا نخلص والله يا مهدي. حد يديني اكزامبل.
نص الناس قامت اصلا.
ايه الاكزامبل؟
Your desktop screen.
No, that's actually a bad example. هشيره معاكم حالا، بس يعني حد يفرحني. اهو اشهر واحد من اغنى الحاجات اللي في الدنيا، وشغال يا عم وايت سبيس زي الفل ولا فارق مع امه. اهو راح فين الشير؟ اسمه google.com. ولا فزلكه ولا بطيخ. شايفين صفحه google.com شكلها ايه؟ ده نايت مود بس، فده سواد، هو بيبقى ابيض. صفحه كبيره في التلت بتاع الصفحه جوجل وفيلد. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. He doesn't need more than this. ولا مزخرف ولا حته وباك جراوند دناديش ومش ليه؟ This serves the purpose. It's cleaner on the eye. وبيعمل بليونز من البتاع الفاضيه دي. فما هياش بالايه؟ بكتره الشخبطه. It's not with filling the page. And then create a visual balance. قلنا لك استخدم صور كبيره. If you use a big picture and you want to put text on it, use a picture that has empty places so you can put the text on it. Use what we call the picture superiority effect. هتحط صور، عندك 10 صور هتحطهم. ما قلت لها يا باشمهندس ماكسيمم 10 سلايدز، فتروح جايب لي ال 10 صور حاشرهم كلهم وراه حاططهم لي سلايد واحد. They are competing. حطهم في 10 سلايدز يا سيدي. حطهم في 1 سلايد let them animate ورا بعض. by click. There are tricks but you're using a picture, fill the stage with it. And use a picture that has something this is a picture, the power of network. Another example, trust. A third example,
Tips.
tips.
He put the word in front of the child because
it's helping the child. It's tips, so it's going to help the child. If we put it behind the child, it is pushing the child.
مش هتكون معبرة يعني كمان.
Okay? And put the entire picture. This gives, it's very easy, but it gives subtle pressure. Now that we finished building the story, it is time to deliver it. That's a very famous startup comedian, Indian American. I don't remember his name, but I was just watching a movie. He was there in it. I don't know if anybody watched the movie Central Intelligence بتاع The Rock Kevin Hart. The guy has a very small role when he was in the airport, but he's a comedian رهيب. So to deliver, it's very simple. Rehearse.
In front of your friends, in front of your family, in front of the mirror, and try
start with the phone. انتوا مش احنا كنا زمان بنقف قدام المرايه والكراويه الله يرحمه يا ابني انت اتجننت بتكلم نفسك. انت دلوقتي عندك التليفون، اقفل على نفسك الباب، حط التليفون على المكتب، دي البرزنتيشن، وبعدين اقعد اتفرج عليها وشوف وقتها كان شكلها ايه وامتى اتلجلجت وامتى ما اتلجلجت. لما تظبطها خالص اطلع بقى والدتك ووالدك غالبا مش مقرين باللي انت بتعمله، اطلع اعمل لهم البرزنتيشن شوفهم عملوا لك ايه. rehearse and rehearse. The greatest person who ever gave presentations is Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, for every presentation and keynote he made until he passed away في 2011, he rehearsed on stage 10 أيام up front كل يوم في ميعاد البرزنتيشن. Nothing is left for chances. Training makes perfection. These people are not charismatic like that. من الهوا. It's about rehearsals. Thinking of it. Rehearsing with great people. Mentioning Steve, rehearse so that you can show honest passion. And this is a skill that you can learn by watching great people giving presentations. You have to watch somebody. دي مش وحي بينزل من السماء. هم ناس علموهم وهم ناس انتقدوهم. You have to do the same. Go on TED Talks. TED Talks. ده انتم في المنطقه العربيه دلوقتي TED Talks in Arabic بقت في قطر. Great talks. صحيح طويله بس great talks. Look at people, how they move. What do they do with their hands? How they raise their tone. How they raise their tone. How they lower their tone. When do they laugh? When do they pause? This is rehearsal. And it shows passion. But an entrepreneur with a great innovation. My name is Ashraf Tawakkul. I am here today to present my new invention. I mean innovation. My innovation is about visually impaired people. We use technology to help them. The number and amount of people who are visually impaired in the Middle East are approximately 10% of the people. Monotonous. You lost them. The only way to overcome this is by rehearsing. It's like acting. And
And
part
you
of
have
the rehearsal that you
to the
connect,
audience. Look at them when you are
have to
pitching. Look at them. Mm.
ما تقعدش fixated on somebody in specific او واقف كده باصص في حته واحده. You have to be relaxed. You have to share your gaze with them all and read their body language. Are they really following? That's why I hate Zoom.
Yeah.
Do you know that the times we give training to people outside of the Middle East on Zoom, I leave the room if not every person is opening the camera? I leave the meeting. It's mandatory because I need to see you. I need to see your expressions. I might change my tone. I can guess that you don't understand. This blind speech is unbelievable. So if you're standing in front of people, don't lose this. We said that you need to give them trust. They will only get trust if you have eye contact with them. Look them in the eyes. You will not be comfortable doing this unless you rehearse. You have to rehearse. And you have to learn reading body language, your body language and their body language. And it's not, we don't have time to teach you this, but khalas, body language is something that is very known. If you go on YouTube and say body language for presenting or pitching, you will find 100 videos. Every video is 5-6 minutes maximum, telling you what to do, what not to do in your body language. For instance, if you don't know what to do with your hands, hands are a problem. Put them behind your back. It's the least thing you can do. Don't use them like this too much. That's vulgar. Don't put them in the pocket. This is disrespectful. Don't do this because it means that you're closed, you're not open to criticism. They have meaning. So that's why I said you need to know the venue. Because if you're not comfortable with that, maybe you would like to walk a little bit. So if there is a simple stage, you can walk a few steps. This helps you distribute your gaze with people, connect with them, enables you, because when you move, you don't have the motor skill to keep doing this while you're standing. So your hand movement is going to be minimal. And rehearsal, you will not be able to know your own body language unless you record it or you rehearse in front of people. So the key for a great delivery is rehearsals. The stand-up comedian that you go and pay money, that huge amount of money, I'll give you up because I know him. I don't know how many of you know Ahmed Amin, the Egyptian comedian, the guy from Sanadi in Ramadan. He was doing كان اسمها ايه بتاعته؟ كان اسمه ايه المسلسل يا كريمان بتاع احمد امين السنه دي؟
وصية.
مين؟
مسلسل الوصية.
الوصية، لا غير الوصية بتاع السنه دي.
صفارة.
الصفارة. If anybody have seen him. The guy in stand-up comedians, when he make a stand-up comedy, he rehearsed. هو عنده 5-6 حاجات that he already rehearsed it. بيرتجل حاجات صغيرة قوي. It's all rehearsed. When you rehearse, you will do better and you will improvise better. It becomes a second nature. That concludes our session today. And we are open for questions because I know today you might have a lot of questions. So that's we thought leaving some good time for questions. And because the importance of the rehearsal, I will stop here. Questions, please.
Sir, please, do we have 3 minutes to make the presentation?
Yes, Hussein, that's what the organizers, I don't know. They never tell me. But I assure you, I coached people and I will tell you, I will give you some ideas about hooks in a minute.
Okay.
And Hussein and the guys from IoT, they will let us know how much time you have. But if I remember properly, I think it's 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. And do we have evaluation points or schedule? So you have 10 points on the problem, 10 points on the hook, 10 points on...
Yes, we call it a rubrics. There is, of course, a rubrics, but usually it is confidential to the judge. I don't know how they are going to judge the pitches.
Okay.
But usually there is part on innovation, there is part on the team, there is part of the problem that they are solving, there is part on how innovative it is, there is part on the usually, but the distribution of the evaluation is usually kept a secret as far as it's an official competition.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're more than welcome, Tariq.
Ayub? Ayub,
Yeah, hello.
you have questions? Yeah, hello.
So I'm very interested with the 3 acts you talked about while pitching. And I was really wondering, if you don't mind, can you use the 3 acts to pitch your current company?
Yes.
For us?
Yes, I can do that at the end, but I will give you a couple of examples to make it even more rich. Hard. Okay.
Thank you.
Sam?
Hello, is it my
Cool.
turn now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I have a couple questions.
Yes, please.
The first one is about the timing, because we had one product on COVID, but you know the momentum of COVID passed in one way or another. So the couple of years went, and we noticed that the product we were developing at one point was not at the most required point from the client's point of view. So what do you think about the timing? This is the first question, because to clarify, we might be convinced that the product is good, but maybe the interest of clients is not that much. So this is the first one.
Yes.
And the second question is about, when we are convinced about a product, say, for instance, we have interest into improving the worker's life, but this is not the most interesting point for the business owner, because the arguments we will be presenting, they might be very emotional, but they don't bring money. So we might try to change the whole storytelling to get the story interesting for the business owner. And in that sense, we might not be focusing on emotions, we might be focusing more on business. So what do you think about these 2 things?
So these are 2 good questions. The timing, I will give you a straightforward, short answer back from the US. I had a mentor in the US who used to tell me, Ash, grabbing the opportunity is 80% timing, 20% innovation. Timing is everything, because timing can either open. My problem in the Middle East, as I refused several times across my career to go back to the US, because I thought or I believed that I wanted to make a difference here. The problem with here in the Middle East for me was that I was always early. Your problem now is coming late. So both of them are the same thing. It doesn't really make a difference. Coming early, you burn money and people do not accept it. You come late, you burn money and people don't take it. So timing is really very, very important. and it's part of your validation. It's part of the product market fit, the very first level of validation. Timing is part of it. So I hope this يعني answers the question of the timing. For the other part, there are two folds of it. You cannot lie. You cannot lie. So if you don't change the material behind your story, which is the business model, then changing the story to fit the business owner is not going to really work, because it has no emotions. He's not going to see the point. But maybe we are interested in the welfare of the workers. So our company is going to be a not-for-profit. And that not-for-profit is going to empower companies where the owner is to put more protection on his employees through donations that you gather from some other place. That's a different business model, but the cause is the same. Again, you know this in validation, because that's the third level of validation, which is evaluating or validating the business model. See, validation, that's why we really believe that design thinking is a better approach nowadays. But they are both, there is no right or wrong, but you have three levels of validation. The first level of validation is to prove that you are solving the right problem in the right time, which we call it the product market fit. The second level of validation that we talked about as well today is that, okay, there is a product market fit. When we make the product, will people buy it? And can they scale? Okay, they're gonna buy it, they want it, and they will buy it, and they can scale. The third level is, will it be profitable for me? Which is the business model validation. If the timing is right and people will buy it, but I will lose money, then I won't sustain. There is no point of doing it. But as everything in entrepreneurship, taking it step by step, don't rush things out. The right timing usually is a big window. The COVID is a special case. COVID, I believe, I'm one of the big believers that COVID was staged. And it was staged for certain companies to take advantage. And when that advantage finished, although people are still getting sick and they're still getting COVID and they're still dying, the entire world that once made us all sit at home 2 years ago, now is declaring that there is nothing called COVID. So you rushed into something because we didn't really see the big picture. But now it's showing. Now people still in the US, in Canada, everywhere people are getting COVID. Yes, it's less severe, but it's still as spreading as usual. And it's mutating very, very quickly. So the vaccines are not really up to the time. And still some people are dying, but we declare that there is nothing called epidemic anymore. It's like an influenza. You go on. So my answer to that is you pick deep causes. Take baby steps, use design thinking, go to the people. You might start with COVID and then you find something more that you can solve with the same technology in healthcare that is more pressing than COVID. You only will know that if you talk to the people, if you observe the people, if the people is the center of what you're trying to do. They are the source of your inspiration. I hope I answered your questions. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, it's a long journey. Thank you for everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Abdurraouf.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, when you're doing your market fit validation, so for B2C, that may be an easier approach because you could directly reach out to potential consumers and ask them, have them review the product, ask them interview or do surveys. But what about B2B business models? How would you convince other businesses to spend their time on helping you review your solution?
Actually, I think you have something not wrong, but I think, or actually I don't think, I know, validation in business to business is a lot easier than business to consumer. Because although you can reach out to business to consumers, they are ignorant about the problem. And that's why design thinking is a better validation technique. Instead of solving the problem and then taking it to them, it's actually watching them and observing them and empathizing with them, coming up with a problem from them is a better technique. In business to business, when Steve Blank developed the customer development model, he developed it mainly for business to business. Because the whole idea is to who is your real customer inside the business. That's what that's whom you're going to validate with. In business to business, I have been in sales before, but in business to business, we look at people in the businesses and we have different categories for them. Influencer, decision maker, recommender, we know them. They have a structure. You just need to work a little bit hard to figure out who is really your customer and who is the payer. Business to business is like selling to consumers under guardian, like selling something to children, but the parents are the people who are paying. So your customer is the child, but the payer is the parent. That's not really B2C. So B2B is like this. The only trick is to figure out the structure of the businesses in the market you're trying to crack. Who's usually the influencers, who's usually the decision maker, who's going to approve the budget. And then you start presenting your solution to them to validate and get a market fit. Consumer is a little bit messy. It seems easier. But from all my experience, it's a lot better to start, if you're doing a business to consumer, pick a general area where it has many problems that you might have passion to solving any of them, and start with observing the customers and engaging them. That's better validation than starting the other way. Did that answer your question, Abdurraouf?
Yeah, that give an idea. But after figuring out the structure, figure out who the people that I need to convince exactly are and who can make the decisions, what's the best way of approaching them for just validation, not necessarily.
It's like sales calls. You're doing a sale. You see, there is something that we didn't have time. We usually give in longer courses, but this is a very short time. But there is something we call the user adoption life cycle. It's like a bell curve. You know do you know the standard deviation curve?
Yeah.
It's like a bell. So all the statistics until 1988 and now this is like a standard. We know that customers in a specific market, they acquire the product, they adopt products on a standard deviation curve. So it's divided into 5 parts. The first part, which is less than 2% of the market, we call them the innovators. These are people who are going to help you no matter what because they're interested in the problem and they have money at their disposal. And then we have the early adopters, which are a version of the innovators, but they are slightly more cautious. And those are something like 1.8. So both of them make 2% of the market. Then you move in what we call the early majority or the pragmatists. That's 34%. And the end of them reaches the peak of the curve. If you do them, there is another 34% of the market that we call them late adopters. or late majority. They come because they are following. And then you have a long tail, which is about 17% of the market that usually we call them the laggards, because everybody has the product. If you succeed, they're going to buy it. So when we come to approach, and this is true whether for business to business or business to consumer, when we come to approach people, we have to understand that you cannot skip the early adopters and the innovators and jump directly with the early majority. It doesn't work, because the early majority, no matter how pragmatic they are and they have their own criteria, they want to take the blessing that the people who can pay, but these are more knowledgeable, give their blessing. So your first part in validation, after you understand the structure, is looking and asking to identify who in the businesses are more into the R&D and more into trying new things. These are like your innovators, and you start with them. And their reaction is very useful. You will change in your product, you will change in things, but you will use the reputation that these people are helping you. That gives you momentum to go on to the other side, to the other part. And their happiness, and then you are progressing, you're starting to make money. It's going to be always a challenge to jump to the 34%, but it's going to be easier if you start with the innovators and early adopters. So it's a little bit more complicated than what we explained yesterday and today, but it has a process and it has a background. Usually we do that in more intensive training or in like incubations, because that's more of a process. Is that?
Yeah, that's perfect answer. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Another
sir.
Yes, go ahead, Abdurraouf.
Yeah. So regarding the timing of the pitch, so is the 3 minutes all going to be the telling of the story, which is the hook, and then?
Okay, I will do a pitch on my company in less than 2 minutes. And before that, I will give you a couple of examples that show you that 3 minutes is quite enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I will give you examples to help inspire you from real life. An example or two.
Thank you.
After we finish the questions. Okay, Zan?
Hello, doctor. I had, I guess, a similar question to the previous person. Mainly, you said there's a distinction that there's the 3 minute pitch versus the 20-minute pitch.
Yes.
But so is the 3 minute one a relative condensed version of the 20-minute one, or are you taking out, like, you're focusing on very specific?
We're taking things off.
Okay.
See, in the world of business, you can get ripped off very easily.
Okay.
So we only share what is critical to the moment. So I have 3 minutes. I'm gonna share a high level of my idea, but it has to be a solid story. So that if they are interested, they cannot rip me off, but they will ask me for, okay, why don't you visit us next week? Maybe we meet on a coffee for an hour or something like that. Then you will give them a presentation in 8-10 minutes.
I see. So things like the qualitative analysis would not be part of that pitch, right?
No.
They would ask you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you don't have time to show them, and there is no point showing them. You're trying to show them that there is an opportunity. Remember, investors do not invest in ideas, they invest in business opportunities. So you have 3 minutes, you have to show that there is a big opportunity. The opportunity comes from a customer and the market and the solution. Okay.
And then the other thing, I think Aya also has asked us in the chat. Suppose you have let's say a software service, right? Something that could be easily demoed, and you have a demo ready. Does it, for the context of GITEC, for example, is there any benefit at all of having a demo at the competition, or like we should?
Don't do a demo at the competition. Don't do a demo at the competition.
Don't do it. Okay.
The rule of thumb in your pitch, your product takes 1/10 of the presentation. 1/10. Okay? If you have a demo, you can either say, people interested in seeing my software, I'm available after the demo in this stand, or I will be available in the room to show them a demo. By this, you can you use the demo as bait. People who are more interested will come to see the demo, and you will understand, are they interested as competition or they are interested as investment. But if you throw the demo, you volunteer by throwing your demo, you don't get anything in return. Remember, it's ain't about smelling and sniffing. You have to think nasty.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
You're more than welcome. Aya.
Yes, he asked my question. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. Okay. Tariq, Danny, please.
Sorry, sir, but I have a small issue on how to distribute time on different slides. So let's say that we have 3 minutes and 10 slides. Each slide should take about 3 seconds. But some slides take more times or need more times to explain the things. Like say the problem and the solution, etc. Is there some rule, or can you help us on how to distribute?
It's not a rule. Tariq, it's rehearsals. You have to rehearse. The best story, if it's delivered badly, doesn't leave an impact. So you crafted the story, and you rehearsed it 10 times, and every time you are getting more than 3 minutes. If you're recording it, you will see where did you put more time, and you will have to sacrifice something.
Yes.
It's all about rehearsing. The most important thing are 2 things. You need to finish in time, because in the competition, if the bell rings, they're not going to give you time to finish. And if you didn't finish the story, you didn't reach your point. So you need to be on time, and you need to be impactful.
Yes.
So the only way to do that, the only rule is trial and error, because it is not one size fits all. Everybody has his own. You have to find your voice. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
I'm here to help you find your voice. I will give you a couple of examples to help you find your voice, but you have to find it. The only way to find your voice is by rehearsing and recording it. Record your rehearsals.
But which are the most sections that we should concentrate on our presentation?
You need to show that the problem, you need to show that this is a genuine problem. You need to show it's an opportunity. The only way to show an opportunity is that it's a big problem, it has a big market, customers are in bad need to it, and they are getting badly impacted because of that. And that my solution is gonna solve it. That's the essence.
Okay. So like you told us to
you need to know the problem with solve it. You need to know who's your customer. The problem with, you see, the real key lies in preparing a 45 or a 40-second elevator pitch that you are satisfied with. Yes. If you can pitch your company in 45 seconds with the formula that we made and get easy in doing it in 40 seconds, I have no doubts that after rehearsals, you will deliver a full pitch in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Last thing, can you share with us the presentation of today, because it has the different steps that we should take in the demo day. It will be very helpful for us.
I will see what we will do about that, because we have a rule. We do not usually distribute the presentations.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I understand that.
Because it's recorded. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. It was very helpful.
You're more than welcome, Tariq. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ayub.
You.
Yeah, hello. Just before you give us example on pitching, can you, while you're doing it, open the 3 acts so I can like follow up with the
Yes, of course.
your pitch and the 3 acts?
Okay. Now I'll give you an example.
Thank you so much.
Life example that I coached with the German Chamber of Education in Egypt. Okay, and the Germans are very tough, even tougher than IoT and GITEX. They only give training for 4 hours, 1 day, and they don't have a budget to get me back. And when I first got engaged with them, that was in 2018, if I remember, or 2017, I don't remember. And they had different sponsors. I got engaged with them because I'm a consultant of one of their sponsors. And they had 3 sponsors. And they had this competition like in GITEX, but it's a very huge competition for scientific research. So it's like entrepreneurship in scientific research. And the competition is called Falling Walls. And Falling Walls is a metaphor for Berlin, the wall of Berlin. So it's actually an international competition where they have in every country. Germany has an educational chamber, is eligible. They have this competition runs in it. It's a year long. And they pick the first winner from every country. And the first from every country, they travel to Berlin in November, where they pick the top 3 after they pitch again, and the top 3 get their research funding. So the first time we were 3 coaches from the 3 different sponsors. So I had only 1/3 of the group to train. So I understand what I'm doing. So I went to the German lady and I told her 1 day is not enough. She told me, I'm sorry. This is all what you have. I told her, well, I'm going to train these guys today. They got to do something. You do it on your own time. We don't do that officially. And the presentation on Thursday night, the training is delivered on Sunday to guarantee that it's a fair opportunity. So I looked at the format, at the production. You only have 2 slides. The entire presentation is 3 slides. The first slide is a standard slide that bears the name of the competition and your name. So you need to present your entire story on 2 slides. So I didn't go back to the lady. By the middle of the day, I came up with an idea. Let's use animation. I'm going to put 6 pictures per slide, full screen, and we're going to make them animated automatically to guarantee that people are not going out of the time. And the German lady came in and she said, I told her, no, you told me 2 slides. These are 2 slides. Aren't these 2 slides? What is the difference if I make these 2 slides and I put the 6 pictures and I put them small? It's the same thing. This is 1 slide with 6 objects. And she started laughing. She had to phone Germany and then she told me, okay, you quote us in this one, but maximum 5 elements. I told her, okay. Now 2 slides. So I told the guys after we finished the training, you need to rehearse everything as we said today. Do an emotional hook. So I told them you have 2 minutes. You rehearse to finish in 1.5 minutes. It's very stressful to present in 2 minutes for people who have not done this before. So rehearse as much as you can. There is no time. It's on Sunday. I told them you're going to pitch on Thursday. I will be in a specific place. I will go there. There is a nice coffee shop there. I can go there early 2 hours on Wednesday noon. Anybody who wants have questions, come and sit. So a pharmacist, her name is Layla, is doing a very, very interesting topic. There is a new, not a new, it's a type of bacteria that we call it now megabugs. It's more lethal than COVID. And it's more lethal than COVID because it does not, it developed immunity to all the antibiotics we know on Earth. And when it comes, this family of bacteria, when it's infectious, not as widespread, but it's lethal. And if it comes in a hand, it can start eating the flesh until the bones are. I've seen pictures with people with a hole in their cheek. Yani very bad diseases, and there is no cure. So Layla, her solution was to use flora, which is some sort of bacteria, but she said that she's gonna get it, and she got samples from the coral reefs in the Red Sea in Sinai that is so deep that it is not mutated to anything, and this flora eats this bacteria. So she wants to show that in 2 minutes, actually a minute and a half. So I told her, do the presentation, write it down, everything I told you, and come. So she came to me. She was the only one that actually came back from the team. She came to me and showed me the presentation. She was doing 2 slides. The one slide of them was megabugs. So she started doing the visuals like cartoonish because she felt that the topic was so harsh. So I told her, do you know the jury? She said, no, I don't know. I told you on Sunday to ask. We know the venue. Who is the jury? So I picked up the phone and called the sponsor, the guys that I work as a consultant. I told them, I don't want to know the names. I want to know who the jury are in specialties. So they told me the jury is going to be 6, 5 ladies and a man. I told them that's all what I want to know. Thank you. And I looked to Layla. I told her, she rehearsed the technical stuff and she built this thing, but she didn't have a hook. She failed to have a setup in 2 minutes. But she had enough data on both slides to narrate in a minute and a half that shows how big the problem is. And the climate and the resolution is simple. I want a fund to continue research on the flora in the Red Sea. Okay. So I looked at her and I told her, these diseases you're talking about with big names that you're calling megabugs, do they have pictures? She looked at me, they're terrible, Dr. Ashraf. They are unbelievable. They are unbearable. Then she said, relax. Spell a name of them. And I opened Google and she told me one of the names, very, very complicated scientific names. And the pictures, the photos are miserable. Miserable. A kid with half his cheek eaten up. A guy where the bones and the tendons in his hand are showing. And I told her, this is beautiful. She said, what? I told her, now, here is our hook. Take all of this from slide 1. You have your first slide, that's your name and the competition. You're gonna move into slide 2 immediately. The first slide, actually. I want 5 full screen pictures of this thing, different diseases. And you animate them 2 seconds each. That gives us 10 seconds. You start with those 10 seconds. You stand on the last picture and you ask this question, which is going to take another 3 seconds. You ask it like this. How many wives, mothers, and sisters in this room would bear to see their child, their husband, their brother like this? And don't wait for an answer. Go to your second slide, which we have what you've done, how you got the flora. The flora is effective, and I want to do this and that. Thank you very much. It actually ended in a minute and 15 seconds. We rehearsed it, and she spent the rest of Wednesday from 4 o'clock p.m. till 11 o'clock p.m. bargaining with me not to put 5 pictures because they are so bad. Eventually, I agreed for her to put 2. I was a bit nasty because I knew she's gonna. So if she puts 2 and I want them for 10 seconds, then every picture is gonna say for 5 seconds, so they'll do the impact. And the whole secret was in the question, knowing that the jury, the majority are women, emotional. The whole trick was show how bad this thing is. And ask the question, how many mothers, wives, and sisters would dare to see their children, their husbands, their brothers like this? Although the disease comes to women, but we didn't put women. And I had an engagement, so I didn't attend the pitch, but she phoned me 11 o'clock in the evening, thanking me because she got the first prize. She won for Egypt. And her pitch was exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds, not 2 minutes. And she went Berlin, and I don't remember which, I didn't follow up at that, but the 2 years after that, they held the competition until COVID. I was the major coach. Nobody coached them with me at that. So you can see here in less than 2 minutes, the setup was the exposition. Just show what the reality is. People are mushawahin, they are freaks, they are zombies. And there is no cure. And the inciting incident was the actual, how many mothers and wives can bear see their children and their husbands like this? Don't wait for an answer. Khalas, you got them in. Everybody's thinking of this. Every single woman in the hall is hooked. Now, the act number 2 is just rising action. The number of people getting this disease is 10%. It's increasing yearly. And the crisis is, no matter what we do, there is no cure. The only opportunity is, what's the climax, is getting flora. Good news, I got flora from the Red Sea and it cured people. But there are side effects. Polling actions, I want to go to Berlin because I need the fund to extract more flora and make a cure for this disease. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. It all lies in this part, ya shabab. It all lies in act number 1. How well will you be able to get them hooked as quickly as you can? And there is no easy way to do it. It's brainstorming. Now, for intersection, and I'm improvising, how many entrepreneurs you know failed in this region, in the globe? 90%. Why? They're chasing the next big thing. There is nothing like the next big thing. And I can show you data and all of the things. Well, the solution is, it's a new product that I can't talk about right now, but the solution is intersection.org. We help entrepreneurs build sustainable, innovative startups without chasing the new big thing. And I'm going to tell you the team. I can give you my credentials, the credentials of Riman, and the credentials of Samer, and the credentials of Shafi, and the credentials of Walid. They are all, everybody. We have first people in mechanical engineering. We have somebody in artificial intelligence teaching in France. We have another buddy in the team who is a software architect. We have a great guy of sales and marketing and who's handling our community as a partner, who happens to be a 20-year veteran in aviation and handling heavy operations. He's handling the training and the community building. Less than a minute. Ahmed.
Yes, doctor. Just I have a question. As you said, there is no need to share a demo while pitching. So my question is, if we have a short video like 30 seconds that illustrate our solution, with that,
it's like a demo, ya Ahmed. It's like a demo. Don't do it. Even if you have, don't do it on the pitch. Tell them that we have a live demo after you finish, when you come to the product. And by the way, people interested, you're doing the pitch to know who's interested or not. Sometimes the pitch is a validation itself. So volunteering the demo and the technical doesn't add, it actually wastes an opportunity for you.
Okay, but they want to, we want to explain the solution, how we can explain the solution without.
It's not about the solution. It's not about the solution. The pitch is about the business. That's what you guys don't get. It's not about the solution. If you present it right, they will believe there is a solution. It's about the problem. It's not about the solution. Because the solution is going to change. And they know that. You guys, because you're still so fresh, it changes. What doesn't change is your customer and most probably the problem. You pivot in the solution. So the solution at the beginning is not the most important thing. The important thing is, you know, a real problem that is affecting real customers who present a good market. This is an opportunity and you are willing to solve it. And this is your first trial. But you're not going to say it's my first trial. But there is no point of showing. If you want to see how well did it go, you throw bait. If you want to know more about our solution, please step into our stand number, blah, 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 or we will be on the floor in this room, outside in the networking area. We will be happy to show you a demo or a video. They will come. You have to use it. You're selling. It's a pitch. You are selling. You have to wear your salesman hat.
And in the competition.
That's the competition. You're selling to the competition, and the competition is about business. Unless Arab IoT tell us that they want specific requirements on the technical part, then you will have to abide. But if it's a normal entrepreneurship and innovation competition, as we see usually, it's not about the technicalities of the solution. It's about the solution or the innovation is unlocking how much of an opportunity in the market. It's completely different. And outside of the competition, if you're targeting investors, that's the way you have to do it, because investors know when you launch in the market, the solution is going to be completely different. It happens all the time. Because the more you know the problem, the more you know your customer, you will change. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, guys. Thank you very much for your patience and for bearing me and Kariman for those 2 heavy days. And I wish you all the best luck in choosing the finals. And whether you're a finalist or not, if you are going to GITEX, if you're not already in UAE, we really would have the great pleasure to meet you there. We will be with GIA this year on the stand. We have a small booth for our steps. We really want to network with you all, guys, and maybe if you are all around, maybe we can go and have a coffee somewhere and continue discussions if you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you
It
so
was
much.
our honor and pleasure. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. You're more than welcome.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you, Engineer Ashraf Shank. Thank you, Kariman. I
Thank
hope
you.
everyone
Same as usual, giving it the opportunity to help the طليعة الشباب العربي. We wish them all the luck.
Inshallah. If you could open your cameras to take like a quick selfie, it would be great. If you can,
for the
everyone
remaining.
can.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I know that somehow it's difficult to some people, but yes, try to make it.
باشمهندس. ستوب شير ولا ايه؟ هناخد سيلفي؟
هستوب الشير طبعا.
Yes, we have a lot of people, and if they can join us, Ahmad, Atif, Ahmad, Tidal, Ahmad bin Sawah, Yusuf, Maheen, Maha, Fatima, Asil, Lina, Zainab, Layla, Uthman. يعني we يعني try يا شباب. We want to take a selfie with you, with all of you يعني. أهلا طارق. أهلا. Hi Seydal. Welcome. Anyone else want to join? Okay, I think we can take it because some people maybe. Okay, Osman. That's good. Safe. Yes. How are you, Safe? Ahmad bin. Okay. Yes, Ahmad Kamali. Yes. I think everyone was just laying maybe so sorry to bother your comfort. So
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
We should have done it at the beginning.
Yes, I think yes. Normally we will make it, but at the beginning it doesn't make sense to take it like.
Yeah, we make it at the beginning and we say it was made at the end.
Yeah.
It was like suddenly, like, you know.
Yeah. Yes, Ahmad. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'll take a lot of screenshots, and I think we can take like a gathering photo, inshallah, when we see all of you, yani, inshallah. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
يا شباب صحونا على الخير إن شاء الله العالمين.
Shukran.
Thank you very much for what you teach us, and I appreciate all the things that you said to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But just one thing, Mr. Hussein, please, would you just specify us the duration of the presentation? Is it 3 or 5?
Yeah. It will be.
Not rehearsing, as Mr. say.
Yeah. No. The pitching will be for 3 minutes, and we have like the slot is like about 6 minutes. It's 2 minutes for question and answers, and 3 minutes for the pitching, inshallah. We will send like you the full details with the presentation timeline and everything regarding the criteria, everything regarding.
You can change if you can share the rubrics with them, that would be great. If it's
Yeah. We will do this also. Yeah. So don't worry, Annie. We will get all the information. Maybe tomorrow, after tomorrow, at the maximum. Yeah. So you will have enough time to make all your preparations. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully, yes.
Mr. Hussein, I have a
Yes,
question.
Ayub.
In
Yeah,
the
yeah.
timeline, it shows final submission. What is that exactly?
Yeah, yeah. This is regarding the UAE teams. Yes, we will have like a final submission. It will be like a pitching presentation in 3 minutes also, but it's only for the UAE teams before getting for the finals, because we have a different timeline for the UAE challenge. And as you see, we had a lot of challenges or teams from different countries here. So the final submission will be a presentation and a pitching you will make in front of a video for 3 minutes with your startup or your project and you are working with. We will send also these details for you. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, guys. See you.
Please,
Thank you.
a quick question.
Yeah, Osman. Yes.
Where I can find the recording meeting? Can you send it or?
Yeah. We sent because all of this was streamed on YouTube, so we.
Oh, okay, on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No. Yeah. We will send you mail in few with the link and everything. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.